And good evening, everybody. Welcome back into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon, known as Luke. I'm a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. So you might ask what that means. Well, it means we do everything from machine unboxings to upgrades to, I don't know, machine builds like some of the others that are behind us. I take part in prototyping, such as the Zero G Mercury 1 kit right here. Um, we just finished building our LH Stinger, which is now taking place here. And like I said, the Voron 2.4 and the Box Turtle, which is what we have been doing a lot of beta test builds on, is downstairs for final tweaks. I just updated the AFC Clipper add-on software on it and got everything resorted. And I'm getting ready to start doing some print tests with it, trying to get it ready to go to Evocate 3D for. And I did update the title. Hopefully, it's updated down below that we are on part one of the LDO Motors uh, Box Turtle kit, Box Turtle beta kit build. And I can tell you, we're already going to start off. Title is update. Good. We're already going to start off out of order. I'm going to do that because I don't have all the parts printed yet, and I've got a plate going right now with a couple of more end pieces. These are the sides, and then I'll have to do the front piece. And I still need to run the 4 lanes, the actual lane bodies. I should have those done by Saturday. So the plan for today will be to work on the extruders. We'll get all 4 extruders built, and potentially, depending on time, how quickly we get that done, we'll go right into working on the respoolers, and we'll keep going from there. The color scheme, and let me come over to the bench side camera. Our color scheme is, this is the Ambrosia, was it Sparkle Midnight Meteorite and the Ambrosia Sparkle Gray. So this is that deep blue, purple, and gray. And like I said, these are the only framed skirts that I've got printed. Everything else is printed over here on the floor. We'll bring that up here in a second. But I do want to say, here we go. Here we go. Hey, Pez Liz, how's it going? I hope you are feeling better, Liz. I know that you stopped your stream a little bit earlier and you said that the flu is still kind of persisting and kicking your butt a little. So I hope you feel better. I think I'm actually going to switch to the overhead view for right now. But once again, this is the LDO Box Turtle kit. This is a beta kit. Okay, this is not the final packaging. I have not opened this box up yet. It's been sitting over in the corner. I did cut the sides earlier using the test print that we did on stream with the LDO Stinger, or excuse me, not the LDO, the FISEC LH Stinger kit, which I just want to say a big, big, huge shout out to Lemur Hayes. As you know, I stream on Twitch and then I cross-pollinate everything over to YouTube. He hasn't been able to watch any of the streams live on Twitch, but he has watched every single video that's been posted up to YouTube. And you know, these videos that we do are anywhere from 3 to 6 hours each, right? Maybe a little longer. And he has watched every single one and has done a huge write-up comment to me on every single video. And he's been making changes to both the manual, printed parts, configs, whatnot, based on my video feedback. So that is huge. I really like that they do that. And, that is just amazing. So I want to say a big shout out to Lemur Hayes for that. Um, Standard LDO, really good packaging, but once again, this is not the final packaging. Uh, there's, I'll say there seems to be a lot more extra space in here than normal. Now, a couple of things. We do have a note right up top. This is the LDO box turtle. There is an issue with the beta kit where we need to fix one of the wires. No big deal. That'll be easy enough to do. An engineer made a mistake on the LED plus cable assembly. Due to this, due to it's not easy to swap, they decided to change the jumper wire to offset the mistake. What the designer drawing is, what the LDO drawing is. Make sure to correct the issue before power on. We will verify that. Yeah, really nice addition there of a note, so you don't have to even go and check it out. We've got a nice, good inventory here. If you want to go through, if you're the type that goes through and inventories your kits. More packing material and some stuff. So we've got a nice box turtle sticker, a nice armored turtle sticker. Very nice. Yeah, I want to say the stickers may be from the name just there's a guy that was in the beta program that does stickers. So I think these are from him, which is really cool. I did buy some stickers from him to support him as well. So we've got lots of PTFE tube, different types. So be careful. This is your 3mm, a very thin wall. This is 2mm inside diameter, so a lot thicker wall. You need to make sure that you're using the right type at the right spot in the build. Welcome on in, Free Heathen. Welcome on in, and Miss Bexy Beans. Big heart out to Miss Bexy Beans. Hope you're feeling well as well. There you go. Dr. Mercy with the stickers. There you go, Mr. Wizix. Thank you. Welcome in, Da Vinci, with the raid. Appreciate you guys popping over here. We're just taking a look right now. This is the box turtle kit that came from LDO. This, once again, is a beta kit. So what you see here, packaging-wise and stuff, will most likely change and be a little bit nicer. We know how it goes with LDO. We've got 4 different motors. We have an what do we got here? We've got an XH260, an XH350, an SH425, and an XH520. The XH number there is the length of the physical cable that's attached. So this basically tells us which position the motor's in and when we build our machine, right? Because the cable length's going to be different for each motor. So we've got our 4 motors here. We've got apparently a long JST jumper wire. Not sure what that's about, but we'll figure it out. Our cable kit. So we'll have a jumper cable, 4 RGBs, A and B, some levers with D2FL with lever. There's one 155 millimeters. Number 2 is 235, 335, 435, 500. There's 2 of those. The 2 500 millimeter long ones, these will be for the turtleneck buffer system. The other 4 are the trigger sensors. We'll have a D2HWC201. There's 5 of those. We've got the 4 lanes and then one that will be the hub. So these are the different sensors that we'll have here. This is the Filomatrix beta kit. Very nice. This will be to upgrade a stealth burner tool head into a Filomatrix. You'll have to print certain parts out. Doesn't have to be reprinted all, just a few of them. And then you can use these to build that part of the kit. So it's very nice. The box turtle, once again, beta kit for the turtleneck, buffer, and BT hard mounts. So this will be for the turtleneck buffer system. That will kind of like the buffer that's on the back of the Bamboo Labs, right? So you'll come out of the AMS into this buffer at the back, and then come out of there and go into the machine. What the turtleneck buffer does is it gives you like 20 to 30 millimeters, that range, of buffering between the AMS extruder, in this case the box turtle extruders, and the tool head extruder. So it keeps them in sync so one doesn't overdrive the other. Okay. And then here is our main doodad kit. So we'll need this out today. We'll probably need our cables. The buffer and the Filomatrix stuff we'll leave in here for now. We've got our small motors for our respoolers. These are 6-volt, and I was going to say they were 500 RPMs. I think these were the custom made ones that are 600 RPMs, a little bit faster. We've got our TMC 2209 drivers from Big Tree Tech. These will go on our AFC light board, which should be in here. Yes. This is our AFC light board. This is the custom design board by Isix Tech to go with this. Hello, hello, free heathen. So you would have seen us use this before. This should come pre-flashed and everything, so we should be good to go there. Okay. We'll have our 4-stepper drivers that we'll add to this. Comes with all the JST connectors and stuff that we can need. Hoping that these will get down in the box. Close enough. And then we'll have our rails. I have no idea. Looks like they're just straight black rails. They almost look not powder coated, but they're black anodized. They've got a little bit of texture on these where the normal ones are, pretty smooth. So, and typical of LDO quality, they've cut the ends and then they anodized it. So they get cut to length and then they anodize them. And in fact, I'll say they cut the length, drilled and tapped, chamfered, right? Drilled, tapped, and chamfered, and then anodized these suckers. Okay, Liz, get to feeling better. Get to feeling better. So there you go. We've got our 4 long, 4 short rails in here. We've got our motors, all of our motors. We've got our turtleneck buffer kit and box turtle hard mount. So this would be the That's hard mount. I wonder if this means like the feet to mount it. Your Filomatrix tool heads, so we'll need those parts. Our electronics, our PTFE tube. I have no idea just yet what this long 2-pin wire one is. We'll figure that out. But for now, I'm going to set this off to the side because I don't think I need anything else in this box. Oh. It warped on the edges a little bit, but still fully functional. This is the XXXL from what's his name? K2 Kevin. It's 4x6 Gridfinity. This is a super, super, super long one. I also printed out the 3x5. I was thinking about giving this one to Mrs. Dragon, put on her desk downstairs. Yep. Just wanted to show that off because it was where I needed to put the box. Okay. Documentation. We can set that over there for now as well. What we're going to be doing today is fighting my display that's flickering yet again. But this is the Armored Turtle manuals. There will be a manual for a box turtle calibration fidget. It is highly suggested that you print this out and try and put all your parts together. If it goes together, it fidgets around really well, then that means that your tolerances are good. So that's just a big calibration tolerance test. Okay. Then you'll notice that there is a turtleneck and a turtleneck 2. The turtleneck leverages 2 in stops for your buffering system. The turtleneck 2 uses 2 Hall effect sensors and magnets and has a lot more connectivity to it. So I do have several of these boards. We are going to build it with just the base turtleneck. And then I've got like 3 other box turtles here at the house and a couple of the Turtleneck 2.0 boards. So we'll build that one and test that out as well. For this build, we're going to be working out of the box turtle manual. And there's an introduction, the frame, and then we get into the extruders, the respoolers, and then once again, the turtleneck. We're going to bypass the frame for now because once again, I don't have the lane trays done and I'm still trying to work on printing out the skirts. Once again, I'm only printing with one of my bamboos for this and leaving the other one open to do some other prints that I've got to get done. And so that's why I'm just not running through and doing all the lanes at the same time and running 2 printers, which probably would be faster. I will probably work on doing that here in the very near future and just say the heck with it and get the other one up and going and start printing the lane trays here. But from an introduction standpoint, and I'm sorry, that you can see in the lower one, this monitor keeps flickering. So the manual is a walkthrough of the process, preparing for the assembly of the box turtle AFC by Armored Turtle. AFC is, I believe, automatic filament changing or automated filament changer. Blah, blah, blah. Along with oh God, this is killing me. So here it talks about how you can left mouse click, move things around so that you can look at it from different examples. You can zoom in, zoom out, reposition things with the right mouse click. So it just gives you an idea. This is basically the Fusion 360 interface in an iframe. And this is a 2020 extrusion and this is the Box Turtle serial print that you will print and show a short video of it going through all of its motions. So try and capture get towards the end of the print, capture a filament change, the poop, wipe, kick, wipe, and start printing again. Grab one of those, grab the end of the print, and you would submit that as your serial request. We talk about part selections. So any part labeled D2F is legacy. Purchase a kit. The correct choice is D2HW sensor parts. Box Turtle is a modular system with optional parts that allows you to customize your build. Section will outline available options and explain how each choice affects your assembly process. So there's a STL zip file generator based on your options. There's different types of trays. There's just a plain Jane tray that you've seen me use all the time. There's a plain Jane tray with an inlay so that you can print basically the tray as one and then print the Box Turtle logo in the accent color and glue them together. Then there's a multicolor model that would allow you to print the tray with the inlay all in one shot using a Box Turtle. And then you also have the desiccant trays. And I am going to be building the desiccant trays. Really, if you're going to do the desiccant trays, you'd want to build the enclosure, which I don't think the enclosure is complete yet. So I'm kind of doing the desiccant trays so that in the future, I can throw desiccant packs or loose desiccant in there and help to keep the filaments dry. The skirts, you can go for either the pass-through or hub. What we mean by pass-through is on the skirt, each lane would have a separate Bowden tube that comes out and goes into a 4-into-1, kind of like you would see on a A1 Mini, right? So there's a thing. The last time I heard it was being nicknamed Groupie, but I'm not sure if that's still going to be the name that can do that. And corners. You can build the kit with printed corners, or you can build the kit with extruded corners, like some more 2020. Hey, Thunder Keys, not done yet, just getting started, going through the manual, getting started. Part printing guidelines, follow these, okay? There's a saying here that this is not a Voron. I have printed most of my Box Turtles using Voron settings because it's just easy. Just go keep using the same profile you're used to. They recommend a 20% infill, a 0.2 layer height, 4 top, bottom, and 4 walls or perimeters. Okay, going to save you a lot of plastic doing that, and the wall count is what's going to really help get your strength in the parts. Hey, Shrimp Father, how are you doing? Don't come crying to the Discord if you don't follow the printed part settings is all. Now, I can tell you this. Like I said, I've printed the majority of my Box Turtles because, I've done a few. I've got 4 of them already that I self-sourced, and I printed those with standard Voron settings. The only issue I had was the one that I printed with a 0.6 nozzle, and it really wasn't an issue. It was just tighter, and I needed to do some filing and chase some holes with a reamer. So, not that big of a deal. These are minimum and go more, but once again, if you go crying into the Discord because things aren't fitting, they are going to ask you, did you follow the print setting recommendation, right? They're talking about 1.5 kilograms for your primary, 0.3 on the secondary color, TPU about 60 grams, and clear about 12 grams. There are no printed parts in this kit, and I will say, in Thunder, let me know if you guys have heard anything. I know normally on Voron kits and other LDO kits, if there are clear parts, they tend to provide those clear parts, right? I don't know if they're going to be providing the diffusers, is what I'm asking. The diffusers for the respoolers, or if those are still going to be something that you're going to be printing. I've got, well, yeah, not in the beta kits. I know that there's zero printed parts other than the gears in the beta kits. I just didn't know if they were going to do that. If you had heard whether they were looking at doing that in the final kit, because they have done that on a lot of other kits, whether Voron or others. It was just a curious question if you've heard anything from them. Okay. Yeah, I was finding, for whatever reason, if I go to print those all four at the same time on my Mark IV, it kept knocking it off. If I printed them one at a time, I had no issue. I don't know why. I don't know if it's just the design is the Armored Turtle logo, and it's this logo up here in the left, and it seems like it's pretty much just one line for the top ridged pieces, and I don't know if that was causing some issue or what, or if it was just a speed thing and I could have slowed it down. I don't know. But anyhow, the TPU, very easy, and I've been doing all of my TPU in clear prints on the Mark IV. I haven't upgraded to a Mark IVS yet, just Mark IV, and they print beautifully with stock TPU settings and stuff. I will tell you that I kind of go off script, and my primary and secondary are going to be under a kilo, because I've been printing all of my lanes always black. So I got called out by a kid at 3D Printtopia because mine wasn't colorful as the ones down at Zombies table, which wasn't even his. But you do you. I'm just saying, nobody really sees the lanes. So, just like I normally don't build mine with the lights on all the corners, just because it's more things that I have to troubleshoot, right? They are potentially looking at providing the TPU parts. Well, that would be nice, because a lot of people are scared to print TPU. Timor, fun fact, last Tuesday was the first DD72 stream you missed since the beginning of time. Eye surgery, good drugs, all the colors. Awesome, Timor. Hope you feel better. What kind of surgery did you have, if you're willing to share? I know I recently had cataract surgery on both eyes. And, I had to do one and then wait and then do the other, because they never want to do both eyes at the same time, because that could be bad. But yeah, same type of thing. Good drugs, and just a couple of days of just Anyone in the U.S. needs TPU tires of feet, reach out. Oh, me too. I've got TPU tires. I can do your clear plastic bits. Just let me know. Hey, Evil Diesel, how's it going? I will most likely be doing printed parts for people that want them. Here's your quantities, blah, 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 how to get help. Head on over to the Discord server. ECAS fittings, the worst part, yes. Assembly cues. Red is the final action. Blue means keep the assembly loose. Will be revisited later. Green is an adjustment that is up to the end user's discretion. Okay. At least I can tell the difference between that red and that green. So I'm not going to be going, hey guys, is that a red or green arrow? I hope. And then common links, this is out to the GitHub, to the Discord server, and to the STL generator. Okay. And I was going through this yesterday. That's why it came to page 18 of 20. Once again, I don't have all the frame parts done yet, so I'm going to skip the frame section. We're going to start working on the extruders, and we'll do the extruders and the respoolers. Then we'll come back and do the frame and put everything together. Yes, I am red-green color deficient. Simulink 70, I'm going to assume you meant ornaments instead of ornaments, but can you hook me up with a wire harness? Nick. Yes, I can build you a wire harness. Let me think what my hourly rate's going to be. Old guy, droopy eyelid fix, and muscle shortening. Okay. Yes, I believe K2 Kevin is colorblind too. That's why he likes everything in dark gray. Your switch wire showed up today from KB3D. All right, Thunder Keys. So that's what, 2-day build? You're going to stream that, be done in 2 days? So we're going to need a few parts. Frame. The downside, the downside of printing parts and just throwing them all into a single bag versus doing different bags. There's my wheels. Once again, nice TPU. This is 95. We're going to need that one. That's the one we're needing. Turtleneck. PTFE cutting tool. Did we ever get Jeremy to use this, or did he just wing it the whole night? Pacer. Oh, that almost turned out bad. Four. Okay, that should be the parts that we need for right now. Yes. Those would be the parts that we need for right now. So we've got our 4 extruder bodies. And we're going to start, we need to install some heat set inserts. So we're going to need our big box here. And once again, by the way, go back to the overhead. And that's still not going to show up well. This is our color scheme. This is Ambrosia Sparkle Midnight Madness, or Galaxy Midnight Madness, and the Sparkle Gray. Galactic Gray, there you go. Galactic Gray and the Midnight Madness. So that's our color scheme. I guess I was hoping that I would get a space gray frame or something. ASA. Good question. I think they're both ABS, but it might be ASA. When in doubt, look. Yes. ASA Sparkle. Okay, what are we gonna need? That looks like frame and some other bolts. Gear kits. I think we're gonna need those. Won't need the axial fan yet. We won't need these gears. The MFGA gears, Thunder keys, have, I want to say that people were having some issues with those, right? Or am I mistaken? I need some of those bearings. The shafts will go in for later. We will need some ECAS fittings. Don't think we need the magnets. Won't need these. These will be for the respoolers. We will need those. Millimeter drill bit. Always a nice little tool to get. And honestly, folks, I may need to sit down a little bit as well. My foot has been feeling weird. I'll just say that it's been feeling weird. Like it feels, in fact, I'm going to take this shoe off because it feels like it's been swelling up on me a lot more in the last couple of days. Looking forward to a good break and not having to stand on it and go into the office. All that good stuff. Okay, so we're going to need parts out of here. And I did not go through and sort all my screws yet because I'm debating whether we're going to just bang right on through this or if we're going to kind of hopscotch around and do a different build on Saturdays. Might be another collection of boxes behind me. X nuts, screws, okay. So we're going to need our heat set inserts. We're going to need the M3x8s, I know. We're going to start with our heat press inserts, and we're going to start doing some heat presses. So I like to do my builds kind of like an assembly line, especially something like this where it's 4 lanes, 4 extruders, 4 respoolers, stuff like that. Let me see what you got. Created ABS for 10 years before trying your first PLA. Wow. All right, I'm gonna scroll back up and check this out. Yes, it's ASA. Hey, Sheldell, welcome in. West 3D likes the ASA. Yeah, and I mean, ASA is a little bit better than ABS. It definitely has the UV protection and stuff like that. So, it 6 1/2 does the other. I pretty much treat ABS and ASA as a wash between the two. They're pretty much the same to me and what I do when I build printers. But it's really about, to me, which colors do they have that I want. Tolerances are pretty terrible on the beta gears. That's what I thought. So I did print all the gears as well. So that's good. Seriously need a printer in 2025 that I can print ABS and ASA in. There you go, Big Jano. I may have a few behind me that can do that. Hey, Zimmer, how's it going? Welcome in. Keep an eye out for $3.99 switch wire kits. Yep, they're out there. And hey, depending on size, the SVO8 is really not a bad size printer, and I think it's like 170, 180 bucks for the enclosure kit. It's an option. That's all I'm saying. Once you replace the defective SSR for the chamber heater, the Kitty Plus 4 is rocking for high temp prints. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Uh, Digital Dragon built Voron is an amazing choice. There you go. Ran ABS for 10 years before doing PLA. Um, there's a couple of places that still have the cheap kits. I want to say, are they trying to burn through some stock before coming out with a new rev? 100 keys, is that what's going on? Make sure you fix all the pinouts on the end stop wires. Yeah, I'll double check those. Yeah, everything must go. Need the blue flashing light. Kits are fixed in the latest batches. Yeah, this is a beta kit that I've received and it's been sitting over in the corner for a few weeks now. So yeah, it does slightly better holding up to high temps and the UV, but it's really what color do you need? Built over bot. Yes. So let me switch to the main view here, which you're just seeing the head. Let me stand up a little. Ah. So yes, I do have some printers for sale. And yes, I am offering to do commission builds. For those of you that don't know, I am in the process of standing up a LLC. In fact, I have an LLC right now. We will be going through a rebranding soon. The LLC is called Digital Dragon 3D LLC here in the state of North Carolina, and I will be doing. My plan is basically some like PIF type services, so I can print your printer parts. I will be doing commission builds. I really like to do commission builds. And if they're willing to let me build them on stream, I will do that. They will just also know that building them on stream may take a little bit longer to get done. Um, what you got for sale? Um, well, right now, Chewy, I do have a couple vendor wires. I do need to go down and verify all the specs because each one was built slightly differently with like a different hot end and extruder combo and such. But I am going to have a couple of ender wires that I've built and a few other things. But yes, I want to be doing commission printer builds. Just know that if it's got to be shipped, um, shipping's not going to be cheap on them. You know, because if you build a 300 size Voron, right? Yeah, one of these, and then we look at packing it up appropriately so that UPS does not turn it into a tri-vent or something. Um, it's going to cost a bit to ship. My preference would be in the local area, and I would have no problem even driving partway and meeting somebody, or doing like we did with Chewy, where I wind up bringing it to an event and they pick it up at an event. LDO is discontinuing the switch wire kits, just not enough sales on. Yeah, there you go. And I want to say, are they stopping making the like 250 size Trident and 2.4s because those weren't really selling either. I think the standard is pretty much the 300, with the 350 still being the closest one behind that. I think I remember hearing something about that. But you wish there was a switch wire for the SVO3. Really liking the 350 bed. It prints really good with clipper on it. Where am I going? Yes, I want this window. I want fix this so it pulls up the right screen. Right. There we go. There we go. We're kind of there. Okay. Yeah, 350 bed is a lot to sling around. But once again, if you're looking for size and you want faster prints, you're going with a larger nozzle. If you're looking for a size and you want fast prints using a 0.4, you're and you want to sling it fast, you're going to get worse print quality, right? Use it as a rapid prototyping machine, not a final machine. And you guys have me scrolling out. Darn you, Thunder Keys. I know that you have a, because I was heckling Jeremy on his stream last night about how long he was taking and not following the guide. I may have got on Thunder Keys just a little bit because he was letting Jeremy make mistakes. What it was is he had to go take care of his kids. He had a long day, so he was a bit distracted. We all get there. But yeah, then I really messed with Jeremy, and I was like, "Hey, you got your front skirt in backwards." That really threw him for a loop too. And yes, I was being mean to him at that point because the front skirt is symmetrical. It doesn't matter which order you put it in or which way you put it in. Okay, so what we're doing right now is we're adding the one heat set insert that's going to be going in here, and this particular heat set is the one that's going to be used to hold the two parts together, I believe. Wait, no, this is the one that holds the idler in place. The all-wheel drive Y mod to that you would almost have to if you're doing a 350 bed Da Vinci. Yes, the old diesel DD72. You need to build a 1 meter or larger printer. Do you need to build it, or do I need it for the business? I think we need to build it for the business. Yeah, your new designs are getting crazy, but really we're going to need it. Yeah, we're going to need it for a specific project. The only streamer that doesn't scroll is Digital Dragon, who goes 100% focused. Yeah, on losing my mind and my bearings. I lose my bearings all the time. How fast until a bed slinger becomes a part launcher? That's true too. Once again, I have printed with large bed slingers. I had an Ender 3 Max. I broke it back down and I shipped that Ender 3 Max to Shannon Rona because she is rebuilding her Iron Man suits. And I figured at a minimum having two printers, because she has built her rescue suit and her Pittsburgh Steelers suit with a single Ender 3. Think about how many parts that is. And she did it with a single Ender 3. So I went ahead and sent her my Ender 3 Max. At the very least, she could probably print a couple of parts at the same time, or she could reslice her parts for larger sizes and have to do less as far as trying to merge multiple parts together, right? So, and that printer printed great. There's nothing wrong with it. It's an Ender 3. There's nothing wrong with it. You just have to take time and set it up, right? And that's the big thing that Chuck Hullebuck definitely mentions to everybody is it's a great printer. You just have to spend a little bit of time when you assemble it. And really, any printer's like that. All right, is this showing 2? Yes, we have the 3 at the top, and then that is 2 there. So 1 is surface mounted and 1 is recessed. So that'll be great. Oh yeah, that sounds really painful. Incredible though. And most people back in 2020. Yep. I will tell you my Ender 3, yes, it was heavily modified. Did it need to be? No. Um, but my heavily modified Ender 3 had well over 3,000, probably 4,000 hours on it before it went over to Evil Diesel's. Yeah, if you want to print faster, the answer is more printers. And that is a legitimate answer. Okay, so once again, on this one, we're doing the 3 corners, 1 surface mount, and then this one is sunk down into the part. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do that. Yeah, imagine what she could do with the fast printer. Exactly, exactly. But once again, fast is not necessarily the best solution, because I could go fast and trash every third part, or I could go regular speed and get 3 good parts, or I might even slow it down a little bit better and get 3 good parts that I have less um like warping or finish defects on that I have to then deal with in post processing, right? Um a lot of time goes into the post processing to make 3D printed parts look like they were not 3D printed. If you really want to get rid of the layer lines, you're doing a lot of work and a lot of sanding. And the one thing I'll say about this particular like recessed one is just trying to figure out, like, am I deep enough or not deep enough when setting the heat. But yeah, so I am launching a business. I am going to do printed parts. I can do printer parts. I can do other projects like Evil Diesel is aware of. I can do like some one-off parts that I've done for several people at work. Some of them are things that they've provided to me. Some of them are things that, thank God, rudimentary things that I can CAD up fairly easily, because, you know, this guy's CAD skills are like a neophyte. We're learning. Change future parts, tune it in. You still run your CR10 Max? Exactly. Yeah, the Bowden and the build plate. The build plate is the biggest, I'll say, issue with the Ender 3. If you get it, if you take your time and square everything up like Chuck tells you, you're going to be fine. Now yeah, that one was still hot. The build plate, if it tacos or just a crappy one from the factory, you're not going to fix that, right? It is going to be what it is. And that was one of the best fixes that I did to mine, was I actually put a Mike 6 build plate and a Kenovo heater on mine. And that was probably the best fix that I could have done. Hey, Jano, thank you for gifting a tier 1 gift sub to Whimsy Crafting. Congratulations, Whimsy Crafting. Well, if you're having that many issues with the flying bear, I can bring it back over here, swap it out for something else. I, uh, oh, for that matter, we can bring the flying bear back over here. We can just put regular Marlin back on it, and Chuck is kind of like instructions, and instructions is cheating. Oh man, who reads instructions these days? Definitely not Jeremy over at Lee Marie 3D. He was winging it all kinds of bad yesterday. Scrolling all over the place, ADHD. They needed to get him some Ritalin or something yesterday. Um, Thanks, Big Jano. Yeah, I try, and a lot of the stuff that you hear me talk about, I have either learned from watching others and trying it out and going, hey, yeah, that's a darn good tip, or it's stuff I've learned the hard way. And I mean, there's still, like you saw on the last couple of streams, I was fighting with the LH Stinger. We went through a whole big rigmarole on 2 different streams on trying to test everything out and figure out, was it a wire issue, a motor issue, a board issue, you know, a stepper driver, a board, or what have you. And I finally started looking at it, and it was the easiest issue. It was an ID10T error. I failed to properly add exclamation points in 2 spots on that particular motor config, and that solved the problem. So she just went off to an appointment, but I know she'll appreciate it. Is Whimsy Crafting your significant other there, Thunder Keys? Oh no, it wasn't a jumper. It was because I checked everything physical possible. I had the multimeter out and validating like wires from the board all the way to the motors and back. It was I missed the exclamation point on the enable pin and the direction pin. And it was a good thing that I missed the exclamation point on the enable pin, because had that motor been enabled, the 2 motors would have been fighting each other, and I might have actually broke something or burned up a motor. But yeah. Okay, so we've got all the heat sets put in. Next up, it wants us to use some of our bearings and end stops. So we're going to take this hot thing and put it down out of the way without putting it against something that will melt or set on fire. And we're going to need some of our end stops. Your switches are wired before installation. That always helps. Refer the wiring guide to determine which links to use. And once again, it's the ensure your switches are wired. So what are we going to do? We're going to take our LEDs and we'll pull these out. We'll use those next stream, maybe later today if we get into doing respoolers. 1, 2, 3, 4. And if I remember right, we just have to adjust this one, right? Thunder Keys. It's fine to leave these the way they are. It's just this one that needs to be updated at the JST end that goes into the board. I mean, I know we've got the notes, but I'm pretty sure that's the only thing that really technically needs to be changed. Okay, so we've got our 2 different switch types, right? We've got the standard lever switches, and then we've got these funky D2HWs. These are ones we're going to be using. So any of the standard lever switches, we can pull those out for right now, because those are not the ones we're using on this part of the build. These will be used at the respooler trigger switches, and I believe they're used on the um, turtleneck as well. So we'll take these and put them off to the side. So we're going to have a 200, a 310, a 410, a 465, and a 510. So basically 5 of them lengthwise in a row. Set these kind of in size order, like lengthwise order. And we're going to use 4 of the 5 right now. And we're going to look at our wiring diagram to figure out which one we do not use. So, or the wiring guide. So we'll have a wiring guide here. Okay, extruder steppers, indicator LEDs and 20 motors, trigger prep sensors, trigger prep sensors are the ones at the bottom of the respooler. The load sensors are the ones that are in the extruders. So we're going to need a 200, a 310, a 410, and a 465. And the hub is going to be the 510. So the longest one that we have here is going to be set aside. And these are the 4 ones that we're going to use when we do our motors or our extruder build here. Yeah, just a jumper. You cut and redid the JST SM connector so the colors matched. Okay. So it looked pretty. Yeah. Hey, Kegel, how's it going? Welcome on in. Thank you for following, Jabori. Thanks for the lurk, Big Jano. Wire links are different for beta kits. Okay, but it's still, I've got second longest wire is the hub, really? Because I've got a 200, a 310, a 410, a 465, and a 510. The wire kit guide here is 200, 310, 410, 465, and 510 for the hub. So the longest one should be the hub, not the second longest. I mean, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. You're going to tell me that the second longest, which is going to be this one, is the hub, and the longest is lane 4. So see here, I'm not even measuring it, right? I'm just looking at, 4, 5. Okay, there's 5. Put them in size order. Boom. The 5th one would be the hub. Well, you know what you're doing. Really? That you're going to play it that way? Ah, Jabori, you're Jose from LDO. Awesome. That helps. Thanks, bud. Hey, you were the one that called me and got me the kit. Just what Robert said during the Lee Marie stream. Okay, well, I mean, it sort of makes sense. I guess. Could be, maybe. If I need to, I can make a jumper. One thing to look at is where these are getting plugged in, right? So you've got the load wires up front. These are, once again, the 4 at the respooler. We'll have the 4 prep lanes and the hub down here at the bottom. So technically, depending on how you're running your wires, the 4th one is going to need to be longer than the hub, which is going to go from halfway around, follow the corner, and go up. I'll follow it. I can get my wire extender out if I need to. Uh, Jose didn't get you a kit. Uh-oh. Sorry, Nokomis. Okay, so as you can see here, we're going to have a, oh, as you can see, I can't see, we're going to have a MR63ZZ bearing, small bearing, and the D2HW switch. Now, I will tell you, I haven't had issues with the old D2F switch without the lever and the ball bearing and the 4 that I've done. But they're telling me that this setup with the D2HW and the bearing gives a much better trigger and more reliable, consistent triggering. So you'll search for your wire stretcher. Thanks, Evil Diesel. So we're going to take these. We're going to need the MR63ZZ bearings. These are the tiny bearings. These are the same ones that we use up in the front as well. So this makes life easier because, once again, it reduces the number and types of bearings that we use. You don't have to have ball bearings in different sizes. So we're going to take this and, yeah, that's going to be fun. There we go. Not sure if you're going to be able to see this, but it's got to go in this way, not this way, but this way, and it kind of drops all the way down in there. And then we're going to take our end stop. JST end goes through, and the button is going to line up with the where we put the bearing, and it's going to go in at that angle. You've got the little screw indents on each side, and that's going to help line up in the printed part. So Thunder Keys, you were saying that the wires, that these are all wired backwards. I do notice that the whatchamacallit, the dashed line, which is normally indicative of the ground, is connected to the normally closed versus the common terminal. So I would assume that that's why you would swap these wires so that the dashed line is the signal and the ground on our wiring diagram is in the middle here. So this is signal, ground is in the middle, and then the pin on the right would be the 5-volt source. So we want ground in the middle, sensor on the left. So ground in 3.3. Okay. Yeah, on the JST side. So that's what I'm saying is on your end stops, right? The pin that's in line with the plunger is the common. The center is normally opened and the other one is normally closed. So what we've got here is the common is normally what you take to ground, and the other one is the signal, and that is where they put the dash line. So in this case, the signal wire is the one that has the dashed marking on it, and that's normally used as the ground. So they pin this the right way, just looking at the wires, and they soldered it the wrong way at the end stop. So we have to change these 2 wires around. Ground, well, technically you're right, they don't matter. We can just change it by doing a bang or no bang, right? So all right, what I miss here? Hey, Eagle the Dragon, welcome in. How are you doing? Is Bang Drop not working on this screen? You will not search for my wire stretcher? Really, Evil Diesel? Any word on shipping date for the kits? Um, yeah, there you go. Yeah, the big ones are coming by boat. The handful of beta kits that came out, I think they did airship those over. But the big pallets are coming by boat. Okay, so hey, H. Dale. Hey, Royal Nomi, welcome in. Yeah, I know that they don't technically matter. You can change it in software. It's just more of I like to wire things appropriately because if I give this machine to somebody else and they're working on it and so we have the same thing with the LH Stinger, right? They wanted us to change the JST pin at the MCU. Well, the problem is they had color coded wire. So that would have had the black going to power and the ground or the black, or excuse me, yeah, the black wire going to power and the red wire going to ground. If I ever removed that because I had to go work on something else and I came back and saw that, I would have flipped those wires and then I would have fried a fan, right? Anybody else would have done the same thing. The better place to make that change is going to that breakout board on the printer because there's less chance of a future person messing it up. Because they're going to look at that breakout board and they're going to go, oh, there's no color coding on here. So I'm going to either, if it's power, I'm going to search for where am I finding power using a multimeter, or I'm going to look how is the broken component wired up, right? So I prefer to make sure that they match the silk screen on the MCU. Now, there's been times with some boards where the silk screen on the MCU is wrong. That's the only time you really want to do that. And then if you're selling or giving that printer away, make sure that you hand a note with it. Ah, so that may be a different thing. So that would, let me grab the board real fast. So I think I see what you're talking about is it's on the wrong side of the JST as far as the signal pin. So yes, that makes more sense, Thunder Keys. No, you don't need a voice from above for me. I'm just trying to read. So what we're talking about here is how does the JST connector go in? So in this case, the way the JST connector is pinned, right? Let me go over here to the bench side. Right, the way that the JST connector is pinned with the little locking prongs at the top, and the way the JST connectors are input, when we plug this in, you'll notice that we have a wire in the middle and a wire on the right-hand side. That is wrong. We need the wire in the middle and the other wire on the left-hand side. That's what we're doing, is we're moving my personal is to pop both out and move them both over. Because once again, that will put the ground in the ground, which is in the middle, and the signal on the side like it should. In this case, like I said, the piece is pinned wrong. I get that you only have to take the one side out and roll it, but yeah. I get what you're saying. You go in there, you go in there. Okay. Maybe we'll have to leave this board out to check on all of our wires as we go through and do it. Yeah, I'll send 5-volt to the switch. And then the switch go, no bluey. And if it was a DFL, no big deal. But these are the higher precision switches, and that's why we're using these in the build now. Okay, so we've got that installed. And what we're going to do is just go through and do the same thing for all 4 of them. That way we stay in the same, once again, kind of like a production mentality here. And it may take a little bit to fidget and fiddle these in here. And I'll show you on the next one. Now that we're over here and we got you a little bit closer. So you've got that little depression that's down there. We're going to take our bearing and kind of drop it right down in there. So you see the shining of the bearing. Our wire, it may help to go ahead and pre-bend these just a little bit. We'll feed the JST cable through. And once again, on your end stop, you've got the little screw nubs on either side. That's going to go right down in the printed part area there where those screw nubs are at. So this is going in at a bit of an angle, not straight up and down. And it should line up pretty easily. And as I'm trying to do it on camera, I actually put it in an angle. But it should line up and go in pretty easily, kind of in a top-down angled way. And it's trying to show it on screen is what's getting me. There we go. We start to get it in, and then we're just going to press it down in there with our finger, pull and push the wires through so that the wires are out of the way. Just make sure that that is fully seated down. And we'll have to remember to go ahead and swap our wires over. So let me do that real fast before I forget. Work with some 10-tooth air tech, so always use or 10T air tech, so always use, yes, exactly. Always double check, trust but verify. If I put it together, I should remember and know how I did it, but I still trust and verify. Case in point where I didn't was I looked at the wiring order on the 2.4 for Kyber Dragon, the LDO 2.4 build, and I said, okay, the CNC tap, the wires are in the proper order for signal, power, ground. What I didn't do was look at the back of the tool head board. CNC Tap V1 uses an end stop, is 5 volts. I plugged it into the Nighthawk board, which is only 24 volts. The reason it worked on the Nighthawk board is you could cut a solder joint and solder it over to change the voltage. So I burnt out the end stop switch so it wasn't working anymore. And I think Thunder Keys said he was going to send me a spare. But I wound up buying a CNC Tap V2. Actually, I bought a couple of them. Always good to have bench stock. And replaced it. So we're back up and running with that one. But once again, the couple of faults were mine, right? It happens, even to the best of us. Yeah, the switches don't really have polarity. It's more of, in this case, I could move the one, but the way the wires are, that means I'm going to have wires crossing right at the same point. There's going to be enough tangle right there. Just trying to make it look nicer. The pain trying to get these locking tabs back up. You got to be careful. These are susceptible to fatigue breaks. So if you bend them way too far, you're going to fatigue them, and you'll break those little locking clips, and then you'll have to rewire it anyhow. Here's a third. This is going to be the fourth one. Drop that down in there. Stock with his eyes open. All switches need to be swapped. Also, JST side of, yep. Need help deciding Rapido or Revo. Don't have any Revo stuff currently. That's easy. Yeah, Rapido. Yeah, I mean, you can make, so that's the thing with Revo. Like, Revo is good in the sense of easy maintenance, right? And once again, I use a lot of Revos, but I'm not driving my stuff for full speed, right? You're not going to put a Revo on the LH Stinger. You're crippling it, right? That's why the LH Stinger has a Dragon Ultra High Flow on it. Personally, I would rather see either Rapido 2 or the Next G fiber one. I really like that one, by the way. I beta tested that hot end, and as soon as they came out with the field units, I did order another one. So the Trident 350 is currently running one, and it's going to get swapped out, and I will probably move that into Fey Dragon right behind me. And the reason it's going to get swapped out is because it's getting a tube. So, yeah. That one's going to get a takeoff tool head with a tube on it. Okay, so we've got all 4 switches installed. Back over here to this view. Now we need to get our gears going. We'll scoot these up out of the way just a bit. And we need our gear kits. What's on your to-do list, Thunder Keys? The takeoff in a tube. The other option is to drag in and swap the UHF to a HF if you don't need the superflow. That's true too. Um, yeah, yeah. I've got a calamity tool head for one of the borons, but if I put calamity on one, then I can't do the I can't do box turtle, or I can't do it easily because they don't have a. You know what? We're going to do this. Small parts. They don't have a tool cutter option, and you would need a tool cutter option. And Liz already went to bed. Poor Liz. And I say that because we'll be doing some lube, and she always likes the lube streams. Not a lot of lube, but we're going to lube our, whatchamacallit, our needle bearings. We'll lube the needle bearing. And we're going to need some Loctite for this one. Oh, they're pre-Loctite. We don't need our Loctite. They've got pre-Loctite on. Don't know what I was thinking. It's LDO. So they pre-Loctited this for us. We're going to get our screw going. And yes, we're using the LDO provided 1.5 millimeter driver for that we got with the positron. So that one's there. We're going to start using this one. It has all of our bearings in it. So let's get those out as well. Come on. Open up and give me my bearings. So we're going to have our stack with our needle bearings. Now this one, we're going to put a bearing on the back end. We'll need our drive gear that has the set screw in it. The set screw, of course, is going to line up with the flat of the drive shaft. And we're going with the larger gear in first, which means the filament teeth are at the outer edge here. And we're just getting it lined in there. I'm not going to tighten it. I just want it so it can't fall off and it can't twist around off of the flat. And we'll figure out the final distance when we're done. Do not fully tighten that grub screw at this time. And we're going to add the other bearing at the other end. That becomes your drive shaft. Right, so bearing at this end, your drive gear with the gear towards the palm side and the filament away, and then the other bearing. That's your bearing stack there. And going to now take that and put it in our printed part. Now it says, it shows it like doing that, but your bearings might fall off. So just take a second, line it up, push it down on there. Should be a decent fit to get the bearing fully seated. Make sure that you can still rotate things. And we're looking for alignment in our filament path. The best way to do that is to wait and follow the instructions. What I'm going to do is I will do all 4 of these to this point, and then we'll come back in and do the rest. That way I can stay seated more. Oh, you meant the CNC tap? Gotcha. Right, we're going to get extra grub screws in. That's cool. Grub skewers are not so chewy bits, meaning you can bite on them. It might hurt a little bit. And I put stuff on the paper towel because it has less chance of running away on me. The paper towel is going to keep things from bouncing. And especially when you're using these tiny, tiny grub screws, if they hit the deck, they're gone. Whether it's down here on some carpet or on a hard surface, they're hitting and rolling, and you'll be lucky if you ever see them again. So just be aware of that. That's why you'll always see me put a little bit of paper towel down here to kind of catch those types of things. So we're just going to build this out as well. Bearing on the one side, we'll get our tiny, tiny grub screw. One or two turns, get it on here lined up with the flat. Like I said, I'm just making sure that this isn't coming off or twisting. We'll get the other bearing on there. We'll add it to our printed part. Okay, there's number 2. Magnet on your Allen wrench. The magnet on the Allen wrench may help, but once again, it all depends if you're in the right spot. Like if you're on a hard surface, you have no idea where it goes. If you're on a soft surface, you may or may not be able to locate where you might think it is. You either, the best thing would be to put it in directly into a tray, like the printed parts tray that Steve Builds has out there. You can do one of those, and I've actually printed one of those before that Chris Riley at Chris's Basement updated so that you could put some magnets in the bottom, and that helps really well because you'll be able to magnetize the parts so they'll hit and hopefully don't go flying anywhere. Sweet. So you ordered that through KB3D? Or did you go through West3D? I was going to say, you probably should have went through KB3D, provided they had it in stock, and you could probably drive by and even pick it up. Lucky dog. I mean, that's kind of what Evil Diesel does. He just comes over here and says, like, do you have this? Like, you need me to print snowmen. And he goes, I'm using white and black. I said, okay, I just got a order of E-packs in, and I've got 4 rolls of white and 4 rolls of black. So we're good there. And he said, okay, mine's coming in and tomorrow or the next day. Like, cool. So when I picked him up for breakfast on Sunday, I handed him a box with 88 snowmen, and he handed me spools of filament. Dude, you got to go see them. You got to go see the storefront. Yes, they have a storefront. They did their open house in November. It sounds like we have them convinced to do a annual shindig. Yeah, and really, we didn't need to convince Chris and Chris. I think Chris and Chris were immediately realizing, hey, this is a good thing when they had over 100 people sign up. Mrs. KB3D, though, she's the one we've got to convince. I mean, I think sale-wise, they made enough sales to make it worthwhile to open the doors, but it was definitely a hectic party. Put it that way. And I know me and Thunder Keys and a bunch of others were like, hey, we'll help plan next year as long as we can have it. Like, we just need a place to go. Sorry. Yeah, first one's always a little worse because you don't have any systems, you don't have any um you don't have your well, you have all these expectations. Once you have done it once, it becomes easier because now you're iterating. And it's a lot easier once you're iterating. All right, now I'm going to put these 3 extra grub screws down in here for now. Tuck those away back there. Okay, so we've got those put in. The next up is, we're going to close it up. Okay. So it looks like we're going to close them up now. So there is a spot right here for that other bearing to get pressed into. So we're going to line up that bearing on there. Give it a good little press. And we're going to be using M3x8 socket head cap screws. They're in 5x16s. 5x8s. Here we go. Yeah, it's definitely, we were calling it like, was it Northern Ohio Rep Rap Festival? We were trying to come up with names. Quite honestly, the KB3D annual open house would be fine too. These are red, so we're taking them down and snugging these down. Okay, so we've got the 3 on the side. There's going to be 1 in the recessed area. There's the M3x8 on the side until it bottoms out. Okay. So once again, 1, 2, 3, and then 1 in that countersunk area will be good. And that's the long one. Next longest one. Yeah, north. Yeah. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I still love that event, and it was the craziest thing. And I think you were still there at the end, Thunder Keys, when we were doing the giveaways, and Rittenhouse was there, and he had his daughter with him. And he wound up winning the Enderbelt printer that I brought. And she started walking up there, and it was hilarious because she turned around right as she was almost up there, turned around and was like, oh, that's when you said sucked. And he was mortified. He was like 3 steps away from her, and everybody started busting up laughing. Of course, he was mortified. I was laughing too. I was like, oh my God, that was hilarious. And it was just the funniest thing. And I was like, kids say the darndest things. And I had it on video too. That was even better. I had it on video. And I think I posted that clip, didn't I? Got to remember, I dropped an M3x8 screw on the ground. Preferably, I find it and pick it up before I step on it. Yeah, you said that was stupid. Like I said, that was just a. Oh, okay. Sitting here like, why is this not tightening up all the way? And I think I have a heat set that's not fully flush, so I'm gonna have to grab my heat press real fast and solve that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, and I love that he brought his kid. There was a few people that brought their kids with them, and that to me is awesome, right? You know, bring the kids, get them involved. Um, I'll tell you what, Mrs. Dragon was kind of like, oh my God, all this stuff going on, blah, 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 you know. And then when she got a chance to, oh, that's the, when she got a chance to go to Rocky Mountain because she was already out there and she got to meet everybody and see what was going on, she was like, oh my God, this is amazing. This is such an inclusive community, you know, the whole nine yards. And it's everybody having fun. And of course, she wanted a small battle bot. So we made her a small battle bot that she ran um in the arena right behind where we were sitting, because we were sitting right next to the BattleBot arena over by KB3D, and she had a blast. And that was it. Like now she's like picking out colors. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm having to get another Death Racer kit and be building her own Death Racer, and we'll have a, you know, a Digital Dragon Death Racer. We're building a Death Racer for KB3D. And then, you know, knowing my luck, Mrs. Dragon will want her own, and we'll be building her one soon. So I'm going to let that one cool down a little bit since we just put heat into it. Yeah, Death Racers all around. I've also got to get going on a drag racer for KB3D. So we've been asked to do a Death Racer and a drag racer for KB3D. And then like I said, if Mrs. Dragon wants one, we'll make her one too. Because why not? Okay, so we got those done. It's cool enough now that we're not gonna melt things. That fits a lot nicer. But yeah, getting her involved has been great. We did cookie cutters and you know, using the cookie CAD software to make cookie cutters. We had cookie cutters that we went to a show with. We made her maker coins, or maker chips, my bad. And she was like, "Oh, I just need a handful. Nobody's gonna want them." I think we gave more of hers away than mine during the show. Oops. All right, that one's already there, so I don't need that screw. So that step's done. So now we've got all four of those to the same um, point. Next up, will you stop? Okay, we're going to put some filament through, and we're going to align the pulley. So we're going to grab some filament somewhere here. There we go. That's filament. We're going to grab some filament, straighten it, break it, all the same. We're going to run this through, and we're going to use this to align our teeth in the thing. And we're just going to push it through, rotate it a little bit. It should rotate your idler, right? I'm physically rotating that idler as I'm putting the filament in and out. Get it so that the lock screw is right up at the top again. That will tell us that we're physically lined up. And we'll use our 1.5 millimeter driver and lock that in. So one down, free to go. Um, yeah, I don't know, H. Dale. Also ordered a precision printer parts bed for the ender wire that will get a whole upgrade. Just need to get a better board for it, and it will be mint. Nice, Chewy. And yeah, it's Mrs. Dragon. It was an honor to get to meet and chat with her. Oh yeah, and it was funny, man. She went to that first show at Rocky Mountain, and I was hanging out, doing my thing, chatting, chatting, chatting. This was Friday when we were setting everything up, and she was waiting on me and Evil Diesel to get done and head back over to go to dinner. And come to find out, she did her typical thing. She's walking around, she sees a group of people that seem to have 3D printing related shirts on, and they're just chatting away. And so she does her thing and walks up and says, "You're here with the 3D printers, right?" And of course, the story goes that I think it was Royal Nomi was like, kind of had this attitude of, "Who are you and why are you talking to us?" type thing, right? And then as soon as I think she was wearing her Mrs. Dragon shirt, and she popped that off, or took her sweater off and showed and said, "I'm Mrs. Dragon." They were like, "Oh!" And of course, it was Royal Nomi, Pez Liz, K2 Kevin, um, Zombie Hedgehog, like it was everybody. Okay, for some reason, this is not rotating like the others was. So figure out what we got going on here. Take this one back apart and try and figure out why it's not rotating. So yeah, then she went ahead and was taking a picture with all of them, and she's like, if he hasn't sent me a text saying he's on his way in like 5 minutes, I'm gonna send him this picture of her with Royal Nomi and Pez Liz, and we'll see how fast he gets over here, right? Luckily I showed up, but yeah, it was. And then the Saturday night, we went out to dinner. Like we all went out kind of separate because they were up in the hotel room, kind of relaxing a little bit. And we came back, and I swear everybody was like, "Where's Mrs. Dragon?" And I was like, "You're kidding me, right?" So I had to call her and ask her to come downstairs because everybody wanted to see Mrs. Dragon, not, Digital Dragon anymore. But it's all good. It's all good. Okay, for whatever reason, this seems to be rubbing a bit and it's not turning this gear. It Yeah, it feels like there's some rubbage. So what I'm gonna do, like I'm not seeing where it would be rubbing. I'm not feeling a ledge in the part. I'm not seeing a ledge in the part. So my thought was take a reamer and ream this out just a little bit, and see if that solves the problem. I know it will, but that's weird how it would only impact on one and not all. How's it going, Pete? Let's just try that again and see if it's okay. It seems that it just needed to be worked in a little. I think we're going to be good. I think we're going to be good there. I haven't lost anybody, have I? Got awful quiet up in here. You have an ad getting ready to start here in under a minute. Okay, now as long as this still rotates, which it does, we've got 4 good ones there. Be good to pull these skirts off, get the last set of skirts going, and then by tomorrow I will just need to run the 4 lanes, so we should be good and have the lanes done for Saturday. And once again, we're the gray and midnight meteorite ambrosia ASA parts. I love the look of these parts. Okay, so we've got that step done. Next step is to insert our ECAS fittings. This is the joyous, momentous part of the evening. Now we still haven't done our whatchamacallit, our idlers yet. So we do need to move these up, over, and out of the way when we do our ECAS fittings. So our ECAS fittings, I have found one of the easier ways to get these going is to use my Knipex. And you've got, in this case, the metal side, which is interesting. These are good quality. You're going to take that little rubber piece, right? Little rubber piece. We take this off, and you're going to take your blue piece, get it lined up in there, and this is where I'll use my Knipex to squish the blue piece into the connector itself. Takes a bit of force. Sometimes it doesn't go down in there straight, so you got to do it again and again. Here we go. I always tend to use my Knipex, just because it's easier on my hands, and then we'll be applying a good amount of pressure to get these into the printed parts once we get to start that piece. And we're going to need 2 per, so we're going to need 8 of these set up. Just making a list for going to KB3D. Go get the board in the SB2209 tomorrow. Okay. So I've never really figured out, there's the 2209 and the 2240. What's the difference between the 2209 and the 2240? I mean, obviously they're the stepper driver. I know that part, but I just don't know what the actual difference is between them. I would assume current tolerance, but well, so the baseboard is a STEM 32. There is an RP 2040 version of the SB 2209. What I'm saying is there's an SB 2240 that's a driver board, I believe, not, it's a 2240, not the 2040. I believe, though I might be wrong. Let me double check, because I think I have one of them. 2209. Yeah, an SB 2240. At least I thought it was, yeah, I thought it was just a different driver. I just don't know what the difference is in the specs. Because this is the 2240 that came with something. And yeah, the driver on this, and once again, this is the SB 2240, is still a STM32 board. For the MCU, it's the driver that's different. 2209 is 2.8, the 2240 is, okay, yeah, so it's a higher temp, or a higher, not temp, a higher amp board. Yeah, because this is still the STEM 32 GB01. And do it. Where's the EMC board? Yeah, this is a 2240. So yeah, I guess this is just a higher amp rated stepper driver. So once again, I mean, that would make sense maybe if you were running like an LGX Pro and pushing the snot out of it. But if you're running like a standard CW2 on a hot end, it's kind of, I'll say, useless overkill. Really? Stupid cases that never go back in once you open them. But yeah, we got one of those over there in the bench stock. Where are we at? 2, 4, 6, 7. One more. One more. So you guys keep making me squirrel. Well, I've got 3 more. I've already installed one. I've got 3 more. I've got the. You're probably asking that of Chewy, but I've been using SB2209s because that's basically what I had in all my builds. But the I did pick up some. Well, pick up. KB3D gave me 4 of the Nighthawk Stealth Burner boards. At Murph. So I've got one installed. I'm just working my way through them, and as I go through and mess with those machines, I'm going to be swapping them over to Stealth or Nighthawks. Okay, so we got our 8 ECAS fittings, and we'll see if these go in a nice pressure fit, and not going to go in by hand. So you just have to apply a little gingerly apply some pressure, and they'll go in. A good solid surface. If you do this on a wood surface, you will dent the wood. So make sure that it's a piece of wood that you don't necessarily care about, and maybe not a chair that your wife might see. Depending on your print tolerances, these may slip in very easily, or they may take a little bit of oomph. They are tight though, so if they just slip in, you might want to reprint some parts, because if they slip in very easily, they're going to slip out really easily. And as you do tool changes, they will come out. Or not tool changes, but filament changes. Okay, so we got the ECAS fittings in now. Next up is doing our idlers. And on our idlers, we'll have some print in place parts that we'll have to pull out. And our idlers should be in the gray parts. Come on now. So the idler parts, this piece right here is where the idler goes, and that's a print in place part. You should be able to just wrench that out with your pliers, or pinch it off. I have found that also taking a small flat-headed screwdriver, coming in from the back, We'll pop that out. So once again, bringing your screwdriver in right there, rotate it, and out it comes. The majority of the print and place parts, at least on the bamboo, they pop out very easily and very cleanly. I've also had a lot of them where the print and place supports literally just stay attached to the bed. So we've got our 4 idlers. Once again, feel the edges. If you've got any roughness on these inside edges, go ahead and take a file and file them down to make sure they're nice and smooth, because your idler will be rotating against these side edges here. You want to make sure that they're nice and good. We're going to put our idler piece. So assemble the idler by placing the 2 needle bearings in the idler gear and slide the 20mm pin inside the assembly, then firmly press. Note, now is the time to lubricate the needle bearings. Note to the note, Thunder, if it hasn't been said, the note needs to be the very first thing up there, because if you just sat here and didn't read through this fully and just said, put the needle bearings in, push it firmly in place, and then read that note, you're going to be taking it back apart to do it. Hey, Talon, welcome in. Hey, Print and Play Keela's Way. How's it going, Keela? Welcome in. Thank you for the raid, Polymaker 3D. Thank you. Rating in with 74 viewers. Nice. Hey, Talon. The Shrimp Father, welcome in. You're back. Bearded Printer, how's it going? Techno Side, how's it going? Sebastian, Clownhammer, Kenneth, welcome on in, everybody. So we're working on the LDO Box Turtle Beta Kit. So this is the first kit build that I've done. My first time using the new fangled, not newfangled, but new to me, was it D2HW type of end stops. And I mean, they're an end stop, but they're supposedly really good quality and precision. So these parts have changed up. This is a little bit different build. I am trying to follow the manual, though I'm jumping around in the sections. My skirts aren't fully printed yet, and I haven't got the main lane trays printed yet, so I can't do the frames. So what we're doing is we're building the extruders, then we'll go in and we'll build the respoolers. Then by that time, all of the lane stuff will be printed, and we'll be able to put basically put everything together at that point. So we're kind of jumping around a little bit there. So we're almost done. We've only got to do our idlers. So let me jump back to this view. So Keela, are you guys do you think you guys are going to be done with your box turtle on Saturday and printing? Yes? Okay. And you just saw me, I've got my finger on the one end with my 2 needle bearings. I just squeezed, using my syringe, some Mobilex EP2 grease in here. And now I'm going to take my shaft, push it down in there, and if you'll notice here, as I start to push that shaft in, the one bearing starts popping out. That's actually what we want. So I'm going to take my fingernail, push the bearing back in, take the other finger and start moving that rod back through there, keeping my finger on the other side. And what that now is doing is pushing all of that grease through those needle bearings, and you can see some coming out at the edge there. So we'll go ahead and let me grab another paper towel. We'll clean that excess off. Now, if you get some excess grease around the larger tooth gear, not necessarily a big deal. What you don't want is grease down in your filament um, track, right? You do not want grease down in the filament track because that'll cause your filament to spin. So we're going to hold our part like this with the two holes in the center and to my left. And this is the side where your filament teeth are going, and the other side gets the larger gear. Just kind of center the shaft there and push it down in there. You click on both sides, and there we go. And make sure that it rotates. And there's one of your idlers. So we'll do that 3 more times. And if you push your 3mm shaft all the way through and nothing comes out, go ahead and pull the shaft out, add a little bit more lubricant, and then put your shaft in again. And there's no way that we can talk about lubing our rods and bearings and it's not going to sound like an adult show. So I apologize. And just try and clean up any of the excess. You get some, like I said, on the bigger teeth, not a big deal. If you get any near your filament path, you might want to use some some isopropyl alcohol and clean that off. You do not want any on the filament path. Okay, so we're 2 for 2. Needle bearing. 2. And this was a trick, and I can't remember who I got this trick from. It probably was Steve Builds. It works out very, very well. And yeah. And I will tell you, we were working on one of the box turtles. Hey, Creatix Brit, how's it going? Thanks for acknowledging it and being a classy guy there. Thank you, Britt. How are you doing today, Britt? Hey, Hybrid Robotics, welcome in. You're going to make him be ready to show it printing. There you go. I mean, he's got a chance that his will be up and running before mine because I've got D&D tomorrow with Evil Diesel and Goober 2.0 or Goober 2D. But yeah. And I want to do all this on stream because I could definitely have this done and running before Saturday. Okay. Yeah. Excess goo. Hey, Ram, how's it going? Thank you for the follow. 3D and T printing. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Okay. So now we've got that. We'll pull that back some. Put that over there. Throw that away. Okay. Now what's next? I have a feeling we're going to put this on there and we're going to use some M3 by 30 button head screws. So these are the long ones. There's 4 in there. We're going to need those. A 2mm driver. And this should just lay right in there. Put it in the right orientation. We'll line up, and once again, this screw is going through into the one heat set that we put on the thin side of this. And you want this to be snug. You don't want this to be tight because this is basically a locking hinge pin. So just until you feel it change and you've got good movement, so you're done. You've been working on your P1S, nice. Needs a new filament cutter sensor. Okay. So we will be doing some upgrades here real soon. The Dragoon 2, which would be the one closest to me. So Dragoon 1, Dragoon 2. Dragoon 2 has a conch hot end from Fadus and a Panda Jet. I'm sorry, not a jet, a Panda Jet pack. So it's got the fully skeletonized front cover for it. For the other one, Dragoon 1, we've got the Conch Plus, which is the silicon carbide nozzle with the end coat heat break or heat throat. The standard Conch just has the silicon carbide nozzle. And then we'll have the Panda Jet pack for that one as well. But we're also going to put the Panda extruder and the Panda claw, which is the actual hardened extruder gears. Hey, Philinux, how's it going? Hey, Technoside, you had to replace your hot end on your P1S recently. Yeah, the P1S, so that's the only thing that sucks. The P1S and the X1, it's the same exact hot end. What's different is the flipping connectors. On the X1C, it's one connector that does both. On the P1S, it's 2. So if you don't pay attention, you order the wrong one, then you're kind of stuck. Okay, now we're going to add our tensioners. That's not the tensioners. What do I do with the tensioners? Here we go. These are our little tensioners and tension springs. Yeah, fully disassembling. And that's why I'm going to do that one all at the same time and do all of the changes on the one at the same time. Because it's basically, I'm going to be taking out the extruder, the hot end, and the front cover. And basically, I unplug one and plug the new one in. And it'll be easier, just be done with it like that. Extruder gears are different. That's true too. The extruder gears are different. Hardened steel on the X1C versus the P1P, P1S. Yeah. I've also got the Panda Light. I don't know which one I'm going to install it on. And then also while we're working with Dragoon, it will be up here on the bench when we're working on it because I've also got the chamber heater that Ember Prototypes came up with. So this one is tensioning against the center screw. So this goes into the center screw. Once again, we can get in here closer. That's lining up in the center screw and going into the heat press insert that we put into the top. And yeah, through the guider until the spring engages fully. And then 2.5, till the spring engages fully, turn 2.5 times further. So until the spring engages fully. Like what I tend to do is go full down and then I undo it one full turn. I think that was standard on Bondtech, which is pretty much, we're using a Bondtech gear, a Bondtech spring compression system with a nice Armored Turtle logo, by the way. Really like how LDO goes and does that badging. Same thing on the positron. We tighten that down and then back it off one full turn. The way I've done it on all my other ones, we'll see if that's the same here or not. Just notice that this particular screw is not sunk all the way down in there. So it feels like it's fully tightened, but it's not. Well, it's fully tightened to the heat set, which tells me that this heat set is not fully down in there. So we're going to have to work on a heat set again. Which, like I said, these are hard to tell if you're fully down in there or not because they're recessed. And it's this one that we're working on. So we'll go ahead and do this one while that's heating up. So how you doing, Shrimp or Hybrid Robotics? Shrimp Father as well. How are you doing? Nice and warm and okay. Oh, so Chewy, you haven't been here for, well, you have been, but I don't think you heard the, we did get the um, IDEX kit in for the rat rig. So we do have the rat rig IDEX. That'll be another mod that we need to do here on stream. Yeah, so the one is fully countersunk. The problem was is it was standing proud of the extruder, like way proud of the extruder. And then the instructions say turn it until the guidler spring engages fully. Define what you mean by the guidler spring engages fully, and then turn 2.5 turns further. I've always screwed it down all the way hand tight and then done one full unloop and then started from there. That's my starting point. Then you can adjust from there. Can you tell us if this is compatible with any printer? Yes, 3D and T printing. The Box Turtle is compatible with any Clipper-based printer that you have access to the host controller for. Okay? Bamboo Lab printers are Clipper-based printers. You do not have access. This will never work on a Bamboo. Okay? A like K1, K1 Max, K1C, probably the K2, they wouldn't work either out of the box because they've locked down the host. If you jailbreak, then you can install the AFC Clipper add-on, but you also void your warranty. The Rat Rig runs RatOS. The Rat Rig runs RatOS, which is a wrapper on top of Clipper that makes it easier to do things. It is still a Clipper-based printer. I can still install this. In fact, I can go IDEX and install one on each one of the IDEX heads if I wanted to. Oh, I'm sorry. Clipper V012 or higher. Thank you, Thunder Keys. It's Clipper. Unless you're like Nero and you stay on an old version of Clipper, which don't get me wrong, I get it. And RatOS is very good. I was impressed. The Rat Rig is the first time I've used RatOS. I know people have asked me about using it before because it works. You can use RatOS to do various printers. I get it, right? Insert a piece of filament through the extruder and adjust the grip by backing out the anti-squish screw. Here's a helpful video by Dr. Dave on setting anti-squish appropriately. Note, the extruder gear should have a good bite into the filament and everything should spin smoothly as you pull filament through. The anti-squish screw needs to be set because this extruder absolutely can crush filament. Yes, this extruder can and will crush filament. And I'm going to need to get a length of filament, and I'm going to go with this color here, which is a neon orange. This is not an EPAX. This is something that I put over on an EPAX spool. And it's, it's not PLA. This is actually ABS, which, by the way, does not print as expected when you print it thinking it's PLA. Just a side note there. Okay, so we're going to take our filament, we're going to run it through, we'll figure out how good we are on our squish. And if you can't get it through at all, you're probably squished too much. Or potentially have a bulbous end, one of the two. Flip off the bulb. Push, 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 push. Still not going. Okay. Good gracious. There we go. We got it going through. We're going to check and feel the teeth marks. I probably should look up, read the video, and I'm not. But I am feeling our teeth marks. Looking at the teeth marks. And then we will raise up our screw to that level, and that will keep us from over squishing our filament. Hey, Shenanigans, how is it going, my friend? How is it going? We are working on the extruders for our next box turtle. This is a LDO beta kit. Had it for a little bit. I just haven't taken the time to print all the parts because I had my printers working on some other stuff. And what we're doing right now is we're setting our tension for our filament extruders. And once we get it where we like it and it's moving smoothly and all of our gears are moving at the same time, then we will set our anti-squish nut. And that will prevent us from over squishing our filament. Because you can definitely over squish your filament. And it will chew it up big time. Ram, you have in one bamboo a Revo and one stock. You think the Revo now is clogging on retraction when you got like a miniature stone pad. Any experience with that? Because I only get clogs when it's a very small stone grid details. I have not had any experience with that. I have not used the 1.2 layers. Are you doing that with a 0.4 nozzle or a 0.25 nozzle? Big Tree Tech 04 nozzle, yeah. So I don't have any real experience with the Big Tree Tech Revo at that, but I have seen what type of filament? How about that? What type of filament are you using? Is it standard PLA? Is it a silk? Yeah, small movements, a lot of retracts. Um, because I've had issues with silks in the past, and that PLA Plus, yeah, it could just be a very small piece with where, like you said, where you're doing a lot of retracts. Um, what happens? Your filament's hot, and you retract, and that filament kind of stretches because it's got some adhesion to the nozzle itself. So this piece stretches and then compresses over and over again. That's why a lot of times you'll have a larger detract after a retract. Um, and it could lead to clogging that way. Um, Silks, especially if you have a lot of retracts and on longer prints, I will get heat creep, and that silk, you'll wind up with a chunk of filament that is semi-soft that just kind of gets amorphous in the nozzle, and then it jams. Slow down, look at the geometry of the print, preferably change the geometry of the print if possible, so that you don't have as many small retracts like. The other thing is if you're good and you notice it and you do a pause, you might be able to pull the filament out and do a, use like a plastic pusher or another nozzle needle, push the blob out, and hopefully you don't adjust any height. Like if it's a dropping, or this is a P1S, so this is dropping bed. You should be able to push out any clog and then reload your filament and then restart it. I have done that successfully on the X1C a couple of times. Not a guarantee, but there's a potential that you could do that. It gets more risky when you're dealing with a floating gantry or a gantry that moves up and down, because you can mess up your Z height trying to clear a clog that way. So Hybrid, tune in Saturday at noon on their channel on YouTube, and you will hopefully be seeing their box turtle working. You're getting close. Did you get it fully built last night, Keela? It may stay an issue. Like I said, you may be able to orient the part differently to minimize the number of retracts, right? It may require you to angle the part and then do uh, supports underneath it, but that may minimize the number of short blob retracts that you have to do. It's all about the geometry of the part. So we've got 4 motors, and each motor is a different length of motor wire. So we've got 260, 350, 425, 520. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the 2 longer ones, and we're going to match these motors up. And yeah, it doesn't, I didn't think it would. It doesn't actually say what the length is, so we're going to have to kind of look and figure out our length, comparatively speaking. So I think, yeah. So this is the longer length, which means it's going to go on our motor that has, or our extruder that has the longer length of in-stock cabling. And the way this works is we need to line this up, and I believe we're going to do it with the motor wire coming out the top towards our idler compressor. So we're going to line our motor up gingerly in that order. So our wire's coming out towards our squisher. And what we're going to do is we're going to line this lower hole up with the hole in the bottom of our extruder, which is going to go through here. And we're going to use an M3x8 socket head cap screw. You think you need to rebuild one or two of yours? Oh no, what'd you do? I'll just go down there. We'll use our 2.5 millimeter and we'll see if we got our thing lined up. Holy crap, we did. So the little ears on your motor are threaded, and that's what we're using to tighten these. Now, when you do them, your motor's right here. You've got a, so this screw here is the pivot joint. This one up here is where we're going to pivot it up and mesh the teeth with the big palm gear. And when we get it nice with no backlash, then we will go ahead and tighten this side down here. That's why it says to not tighten this all the way. So that's what we're going to do, is we're going to line up our screws. And this one does get an M3 washer. Get a few of those out. Put one of these M3 washers on it. And we're just going to get this loosey-goosey so that that motor can move. And if it can't, we'll just back those off just a tad bit so we have wiggle room in it. All right, we're going to go ahead and get all 4 of our motors mounted, making sure that we put them in the right direction. So what do you think you did with your motors, Armor 3D? They just aren't spinning as freely as you'd like them to be? Gotcha. Gotcha. That can happen. I've undone mine numerous times, so I think your claim to a little fame will be putting a or a box turtle on a Rook after I build it. So believe it or not, the KB3D Rook Mark II has a filatector on it, and I was prepping it and I was trying to do tip forming on it for the KB3D show. Didn't get it done in time. So yeah, it is possible. It is possible. Now, I will say that the easiest path to success is to get a tool head cutter. You do not want to do tip forming. It's too much of a pain in the butt. Cutting at the tool head is going to be your best way of doing it, or the easiest way, I would say. But that also means that you would have to build a filament cutter and possibly rebuild your tool head. Now, once again, this kit comes with all the stuff to do a Filomatrix, which would be an alternative to the standard CW2 tool head on a boron. And you see me do that for, we've got one on the Trident 350, the Trident 300, and the 2.4 Kyber Dragon, right? I actually really like it. It works well. It may take a little bit to dial in, but once you got it dialed in, it just works, right? Um, hey Waters, how's it going? The LH Stinger is right behind me. It is sitting there right behind me. It's found a new home. I think I'm gonna put the PEI sheet on it. So I don't know. Maybe I'll just continue to go on the carbon fiber bed. Maybe put a little Vision Miner Nano on it and keep running because I am getting some warping in the bottom of the prints, but I think it's as it's cooling, it's warping because it's right at the edges where it's kind of warping up. Yeah, you can do a cutter on the back of the box turtle. I don't think there's a official mod for that. I think it's just a user mod right now, but there is a user mod to do that. Okay, so now we need to ensure the backlash between the stepper gear and the 50 tooth is set appropriately. Secure the adjustment screw as shown. Okay. Here's once again a helpful video by Dr. Dave. I don't know who Dr. Dave is, but what you would do is this is going to rotate slightly. And what you're looking at doing is making sure that it moves, but what I'm going to wind up doing is taking this off. We've already set our anti-squish, so I shouldn't be able to do it too hard. It helps if I flip over to the bench side view so you see what I'm doing. Right, let me actually bring up the bench side view. Well, edges are way harder, especially on the LH where you're pushing a lot of plastic very, very quick and you've got those huge 9733 cooling fans, right? I'm going to lift this up and I'm going to put this in a position and I'm going to try and rotate the geared motor down there. And I want to make sure, and I should probably be doing this with a piece of filament actually. What do I do with that piece of filament up here? What we're looking at doing is we want the it to mesh with the palm gear in such a way that we don't have a bunch of backlash. What does that mean? Well, it means when you go one way and you shift and go the other, you shouldn't have movement before the gears are moving. Okay. So now that we've got that back in there, if it's too tight, then it's going to be, if it's too tight, it will bind. And then you won't be able to go one way or the other. So you're looking for that sweet spot where the teeth are engaged and you're not getting a lot of excess movement before it moves one way or the other. And then once you find that, tighten that top pivot joint down and then come back and tighten the bottom one up fully. Okay, and there you go. The one, do the second one. Other side cut a little bit nicer. Uh-oh, Da Vinci's got the drop going. Got a Mercury 01, but it has been languishing. Does that mean it's not working? Have it set up the CAN bus tool head. Well, Waters, I've got two of them. There's one behind me that was the full frame or fully enclosed frame custom build, and I've got an Ender 5 Plus downstairs. So if you want some help getting over the hump, I can help you out there. Nice one, Chewy. All right, two done. Okay. You considered eventually getting another Ender 5 Plus? They're great machines, hybrid. Might have to take me up on that once you're working less than 6 days a week. Ugh. Why are you working 6 days a week? Doesn't sound like fun. Um, Also Waters. Any word on the move? I can tell you that I've got the 2.4 downstairs is I updated to the latest ASC software, and I just need to start running it through some tests. But should be ready to head out the door here whenever you guys are. We just put in offers on 2 new spaces and rented the small room across from the current suite. Okay. Most Fridays I spend at Evocate 3D while I spend Sunday through Thursday working your main job doing LPBF. I don't think I know what LPBF is, but oh, and now we need to grab that's the cable kit. Ow. Owie, owie, owie. What did I do with the, there they are, the zip ties. Might as well use theirs. God knows I've got zip ties all over the shop. Okay, so there is a couple of holes right there. That is for a zip tie. We're going to bring our wires down through there, and we're going to zip tie them as strain relief. Good catch. Your current space is about 400 square feet. The additional room is another 250. Trying to move into a 1-bedroom apartment that is 550 square foot. Yeah. Live in a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, 400 square foot apartment. Oof. Rough. Okay, I'm going to leave a little bit of room here. You don't want it like super tight on that wire because this is strain relief. So there's one. Got myself all concerned again. All right, you're back. You went out and bought zip ties today and found I had a massive pack left over. Yeah. Yeah, they give you a metric butt ton in some of these kits, and it's like stupid crazy. What I'm doing is I'm going to start to get these tight. And once again, you don't want to take this and just pull it all the way down. You want to give it a little bit of strain relief love there so that it doesn't get moved around and damage these wires over time. And then you will zip tie, crank down on it pretty well. Cut the tail off nice and flush so you don't cut yourself on the tail. Ow, darn it. These curly Q wires are killing me. So it looks like we're going to get our extruders built today about 9 o'clock. Hey, it's KB3D Chris. How's it going, Chris? We're working on a box turtle. Can you believe that? It is a tortoise. What was it? A tortoise rectangular prism. There we go. And KB3D Chris has subscribed for 21 months in a row. Holy crap. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate you so much. So Chris, I want to chat with you to see if you have anything left, because I know like Lee Marie 3D's done like 3 giveaway streams here, and they keep taking all the giveaways from people so that the rest of us can't do a giveaway stream. So my actual anniversary for streaming is January. My birthday's February. I tried to do a birthday stream last year and I couldn't get a lot of people because it's, you know, it kind of falls within that thing called Chinese Lunar New Year. So a couple of companies were like, yeah, we don't have much. Well, we're not going to be around, so we don't want to do anything. Right? But I am going to start looking, and we're going to have a few things to celebrate. So what I'm looking at doing is something either in early to mid-January or possibly waiting till March and kind of doing a belated one, just because that way I can have a few more vendors that are able to participate. You had to stop all your Twitch subscriptions. I get that, Hybrid Robotics. And quite honestly, if you were going to do something, I would say do Twitch Turbo, because it's one and it can get you into everything and get you out of the ads and stuff. So it's like one and done if you're watching a bunch of people. And thank you, Chewy, for gifting a gift sub for, or I think it was Chewy. Yeah, for gifting a gift sub to Waters. So yeah, I want to chat with you, Chris, and just figure out a good timeline there. And we're just kind of looking. This is what we should look like. We've got 4 extruders. We've got a motor. We've got our motor cable zip tied down to the side. We've got our wire coming out the other side for our end stop. And I believe we're good. So we've got our 4 extruder motors done. Next section, if my screen will stop blinking on me, stop and do a sanity check. The fit of the MR148ZZ bearing on the 80mm shaft, and use a drill and sandpaper if the fit is too tight. So what are they talking about there? So there they are talking about the shafts that are back in here. You guys have seen me deal with this before. We've got our larger bearings and our shafts. And what we need to do is see if our bearings fit our shafts. Did you get the package I sent? I saw that you sent a package. Was it coming? Was it supposed to get here today? Whoops, not that thing. Because I saw that you sent something. And how bad was this, Chris? I saw that something was coming, and I was racking my brain trying to figure out what the hell I ordered. The other thing that was throwing me was I had something delivered by UPS today from Creality USA. Don't ask me how it wasn't Creality USA. It was my order from Fabrico. I don't know how those two get mixed, but yeah. Where the hell was that? Was it even to the point where I was like, oh, I've got something else coming from KB3D, and I may have just filed it. I don't know. Did you get something that said it was supposedly delivered today? If not, when's it supposed to get here? Sorry, folks. I'm not seeing a delivery notification. Yeah, if you can check, I'll let you know. Right now, we're going to check our bearings on our shafts and see if our shafts slide smoothly into our bearings. Once again, sorry, folks, there's no real easy way of saying that. A shaft and a bearing. Now, they should be a little tight, but they shouldn't be like, okay, that was pretty nice. It's a little hard to get in because it has to be very much aligned, but that moves well. That's what we're looking for. Might be tomorrow or Saturday. Okay, sounds good. Every once in a while, I get the like the magic mix of bearings and shafts, and they go right on like this. It's happened like 3 times. Most of the times it's way off. Now, mind you, these are well sourced by um, LDO. I don't know if they have somebody in the back room that checks these things, but those work out. Those are working well. So sanity check done. Another before you start, you'll need 4 respoolers in total. We're only going to show you how to do 1. That's great. We're going to build all 4 side by side. We're going to take our 4 motors here and we're just going to put them over here. We're going to set them to the side. Respoolers. We're going to need some parts. So let's get our main core parts. Right. Yeah, that should be all of them. We're going to snap off some pieces of built-in support. So we're going to take this little piece off right down here where that angle is. We'll just be able to grab it with our Nipix and give it a slight pull, and it'll pop right off. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Now on these, it's this little leg right here that needs to pop off. So once again, grab it with our Nipix, and it pops nicely off and very clean. So we're going to do this for all 8 of our side pieces here. If you don't have Nipix, you know, same thing, any type of pliers will get it done. Chris, I still want to say thank you again for those Nipix. They're like the bomb diggity. Whoa, 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 whoa. We got a level 2 hype train going. What, maybe tomorrow or Sunday. Okay, Cruising Girl. I saw during the Black Friday sales, people were ordering stuff from Bamboo and we're getting other things. Like one person got something like 8 HP laptops and part of his order of Bamboo filament. Another person got boxes of ammo. That might be from resellers and not directly from Bamboo. Verano Dan, lucky you, I had to grab the old drill and sandpaper to fix mine. So these were printed on a Bamboo, and all the print and place supports just pop right off of them. The biggest part I have is on the corners where I got at least do a little bit of prying. Yeah, that would be fun. I hope it was the ammo that could use. Well, if it was the right ammo, that would be great. Love the content, want to help? No. Yeah, nothing nice to say about the laptops, especially if they weren't new. KB3D Chris, thank you. You gifted 5 Tier 1 gift subs to 3D Medic Vents, Armor 3D Printing, Liberdade 2022, Philinux, and Tisket. Tisket, a tasket. Thank you for those, Chris. Yeah, HP laptops are just space heaters. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, those Nipix, like I said, are tremendous. Hype train, yep. And whoa. Chewy gifted another 5 gift subs to Bionic Kegel Thunder Keys. Rain Neem Mally. Okay, and War Paint and Unicorns. There you go. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate the gift subs there, Chewy. Yes. Hype, hype, hype. We'll do some hype. We'll do some hype. Hype it up, right? MakerMind Nexus. Hey, my friend, how are you doing, Dan? I hope you are doing well, all things considered. Bamboo uses a third-party logistics supplier for their US and EU, warehouses. Finally made a stream. Yes, it has been quite a while. Thank you, KB3D Chris, for gifting MakerMind Nexus a sub. And I think I just got caught back up. Wow. You suspect it was just whatever logistics company? Yeah, that it very well could be. It very, very well could be. Like I considered either going to Micro Center or going down to Evocate and buying one. I seriously was thinking about it and I didn't. They're great at packing filament. Push-ups for a hype train. Holy crap! I'd have to. I think I can do a push-up. My toe's been hurting, but I can do a couple push-ups. Working on something in the head for now. You'll be back in at some point. Yeah, not a problem, MakerMind Nexus. I fully understand, my friend. Fully understand. My thoughts and prayers are with you and your family. Had to get one more drop in. Yep. Hey, Sigareki, how are you doing? Everyone's doing well tonight. We are, I think we're still in a level 2 hype train or level 3 hype train. Oh crap, we're in a level 4. We're right, we just ticked into a level 4 hype train. So we're doing good. We're doing good. He's been working on that. I don't think it's up and running, though he can definitely answer for himself, but I think he's been working on it during the stream. So we've got our parts. I was going to say words. We've got the print and place supports popped off. We need to put in some heat set inserts in several places. So let me grab the other 4 pieces that we're also going to need that I didn't grab. Oh, there's 3. Where's number 4? Sometimes looking at through the, it's great to have those bags, but it's also a pain sometimes because you're trying to look through it and you're getting a glare off of it. Okay. We're going to be doing some more heat sets on our, on our cover pieces here. Back to the overhead. And thank you all so much. We're at 44% of a level 4 hype train with 30 seconds to go. Thank you all so much for all the support. I really, really appreciate it. You know, big hearts, big hearts. I really do appreciate all the support. It's what helps me out in these endeavors. It helps me get new printer builds and things like that to do on stream. So I really appreciate all the support. Thank you for the 101 bits there, Sigareki Designs. So yeah, thank you for all the love and support. So these are the motor covers. These will loop over the motors. We're going to put some heat set inserts right in that bottom hole there. Hey, Maker Viking, how's it going, my friend? We are getting back to the build. We just had a 49% of a level 4 hype train. We had 11 subs and 1,121 bits. That is amazing. I missed that KB3D Chris cheered another 1,000 bits. I am sorry, Chris. I missed that. I apologize. Yep, choo-choo. So we're going to go ahead and get these started. Some of these are in a little bit of a weird position, so it's just going to be easier to kind of freehand them in the air. And then final push them flat against the bench top here. Make sure they're nice and flush. So we're building another box turtle here, MakerMind Nexus. The open source AMS. And this is using the LDO beta kit. Thank you to LDO and KB3D Chris and Armored Turtle and everybody for not only, Armored Turtle and Thunder Keys, not just for getting me into the beta, but Chris and Jason and Jose over at LDO to be nice enough to get me the kit. That was very nice. On these parts, we're just going to have the one that goes into the bottom side here. As you can tell, doesn't matter which side, it's all in that one. And then it's the centerpiece is going to have one heat set on each side. So we'll go ahead and get these put in as well. We'll get these close and we'll finish it off with the end of our tweezers to make sure it's nice and flush and flat. Because once again, the top of this is rounded, so we really don't have a good way of holding this really flat. Well, I guess they did flatten that off, so we might be able to flatten it off and get a good press. But my heat press, I need to rebuild it. It's seen a lot of use since I built it, and I have broken the bottom leg supports. So I basically just need to reprint the bottom piece and reassemble it. Sucks not being subscribed because I do not get all the emojis for each channel. Oh yeah, that's true. You get only the basic emojis, don't you? One day I hope to build one. They are pretty awesome, MakerMind Nexus. They are. Next year sometime you're hoping to build a Rook Mark II with a box turtle. Yes, that'll be cool. Put an iron on your drill press. Okay, nice. You have to finish your LDO Rook 2020. I think it would be great to have a box. Yeah. So I have put a Philatector on the Rook 2020 Mark II that's at KB3D shop. And I was trying to get the box turtle working on it reliably with just tip forming. Yeah, it really needs some type of a cutter. And I hadn't done one of the cutters yet at the back side of the box turtle. And even still, when you do that, you're still somewhat dependent on tip forming just to get a decent enough tip to be able to pull it back to the box turtle hub and be able to get a good cut. because if you get a lot of strings, you may have a lot of strings in the PTFE tube that will cause you all kinds of misery and jams, as well as, you know, additional color blending unintended. Nice. You got an LDO Christmas box? I didn't get an LDO Christmas box. I'm not complaining though, because I got a box turtle. Now you're putting one of these on each side, so be careful and mindful of that when you go to switch over and put the one in on the other side, that you don't do like I do and what I'm probably going to do, and stick your finger on the hot one on the other side when you go to make sure it's nice and flat and flush. Yeah, I did get a, so interestingly enough, the first extruder on the rat rig, so I built a rat rig V-Core 4 300, and it's got a orbiter on it. I just got my IDEX kit in last week, and the IDEX kit, um, the IDEX kit has the orbiter 2.5. Now, I really haven't checked to see what the true difference is between the two, between the 2.0 and the 2.5. I know the filament sensors and stuff still work, so I've considered putting the filament sensors on. So I think that that would be a nice addition. But one of the things coming up on the channel will be installing the IDEX kit for that rat rig. And we've got some bamboo upgrades to do. We've got the IDEX kit upgrade to do. We've got the Trident 350 is basically going to get a major rebuild. It's going to get a all metal CNC upgrade, all-wheel drive, all-metal upgrade with 9mm belts and a takeoff tool head with a tube, because why not? And I did pick up another tube during the holidays sales. No, I do not want to restart right now. It looks like we're going to need to do some more heat set inserts, and these are on the wheels. So they changed the assembly for the wheels. They're now a two-part hub where this will screw on. So what we're going to have to do is grab the 8 of these. And we're going to put 2 heat sets into these. So the bamboo, the one bamboo, so I've got 2 bamboos behind me. Dragoon 2, you might see has a BQ sticker right here. It's running a conch, a Fadus conch hot end that I've got from the beta test, and the Panda Jet, the Panda Jet Pack. So the cool, fully skeletonized um, front cover with better cooling duct. Um, the Dragoon 1, my other one that does the majority of my high temp printing, it's going to get the Conch Plus hot end, which is the silicon carbide nozzle and the end coated heat throat. The jetpack, it's going to get the Panda extruder and the Panda Claw extruder gears. I've also got the chamber heater to build the chamber heater that Ember Prototypes has. Wider gears, knurled shaft, few less grams, and a better gear motor. There you go. So we'll be doing those on that bamboo. The chamber heater is going to be the bigger change, right? Because that one's going to involve actually taking the back panel off and having to route wires out. You have some Panda stuff on order from Big Tree Tech. We just got them as a supplier last month. Oh, sweet. All right, Chris, they're local. Just saying. If you see a precipitous drop in my orders, go yell at them. So you sort of need to be careful on these, and it might be wise to, depending on the geometry of your heat press, when you go to install these, you got to be very careful, quick, and precise on pushing them in. Otherwise, your heat press will start to melt and deform the threads in the top. Trying to get these pushed in all the way. So it may be best to get them part way and then push them in with the head of a screw, so that you don't deform the plastic, because you do need the threads. And basically what we're doing here is we're going to use screws or grub screws to lock these onto the shafts using these M3 heat press inserts. So that's basically what we're setting up, is to make these like grub screw slots. You just got all the new Panda stuff in too. You need to order the lights for the P1. I've got one of the light kits. Now I'm not sure, somebody's told me that doing that on the X1C might not be the best. It may wash out the camera, we'll see. Did you get the new thing coming out next month too? I haven't, but feel free to let me know. Gotta wait until after Christmas though. Yes, bang KB3D. Use my affiliate code. Buy all the things from KB3D. Help me put Chris's kid through college and help out the channel as well. I get nothing directly. I just get like KB3D bucks so that I can go spend more money at KB3D. And if you guys want to see me build an SVO8 on stream, just talk to Chris. Ask him to send me one. If he sends me one, I'll build it. I built just about one of everything he carries except for the Sovels. Like a V0, a Trident, a 2.4, The Soval's the only thing I don't have of his yet. I mean SBO8, I mean Digital Dragon. There you go. There you go. Oh yeah, I've got the Glacier Pro plates and they work great. You do have to provide heat. Like I'm running PLA prints on them at 55C. I need to go like 50 or 55. If I do 45, I've had them break off, prints break off. But running them at 50, 55C, they hold great. And the thing I like about the Glacier is they're the closest thing to the engineering plate that Bamboo discontinued because you can use those on ABS, ASA, nylon, where the Frostbite is PLA and PETG only. You like the TK99 plate from AliExpress for ABS just fine. The old coal miner's trick. What did I miss there? Oh, I just dropped the, you got all the new Panda stuff? I mean, I would not complain either. I know you wouldn't complain either way, Dan. I know you wouldn't. Chris knows me. I'd wear KB3D paraphernalia the whole time I was building it or assembling it or whatever we call it now. Ah, right. The other thing you want to do is make sure that you don't set it too far down in there and push it into the central hub because then it might have an issue getting the, you might have to do some other machinations to get the um, printed part on the shaft. The Frostbite has been, didn't think the Frostbite, the Big Tree or the BQ Frostbite, I didn't know that was discontinued. Considered streaming the SV04 OOBE, but it was about the same as putting together your Ender 3 V2 Neo. Yeah. He pays you in coins you can only spend in the company store. Oh, yeah, yeah. Gotcha. Yep. And Chris, I'm going to need a um, spindle setup. I got to get the same thing I got for the Milo, which is what, the 1.5 kilowatt, 110 G penny VFD. Hopefully you got those. He can also redeem for cash. He just doesn't. Yeah, yeah. Why would I do that? You lost your KB3D hoodie you got at the open house to my wife, but still have my awesome hat. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, Dan. Doesn't surprise me. You don't wear hats often, but when I do, it's KB3D hat. Yeah, it is in stock good. Are you running pneumatic ATC spindles on the Milo? Uh, uh, no, we're running the 1.5. I'm running the 1.5 kilowatt air cooled spindle. I know they have water cooled. I didn't go that route, but Chris, it's been a little bit, so we've got some. So yeah, one boot, one unbooted. This thing's been giving me some problems lately. This is the one that I broke. This is the IDEX kit for the rat rig. This stack of rat rig stuff is the rat rig mill. So I've got everything but the spindle. I know you have the 2.2 kilowatt. If I do the 2.2 kilowatt, I need to upgrade the power in my house. If I do the 1.5 kilowatt, I just need them to put a 20 amp outlet in the garage. I've already got one in the shed, which is where the Milo's at, which is also why I haven't been out there to mess with it as much, because it's kind of crappy weather right now. Hey, we need to do some more ECAS fittings, but it looks like we're done with the heat presses for this stage. So we'll put the rest of these up. We'll get the hot iron out of the way so I don't burn myself on it. Believe it or not, I'm actually getting better at not burning myself as much with this. Okay, we need to do some ECAS fittings, which were here. We're gonna need to get more than four. Okay. 4 of these put back together. Again, remove the rubber from the back end. Get your glue part in there. Use your Nipix. The 2.2 uses 17. Oh. Then if I go with the 2.2, then I can't really do apples to apples. But then again, the Milo is 30 series extrusion, right, Chris? If I remember right. Don't skimp out. All the power. Yeah, I've got the VFD on them. I've got the VFD on them. You know, that is a possibility, Cruising Girl. You can box turtle the IDEX. I don't know if I'm going to. I'm really interested because Rat Rig has teased a MMU type setup for the V-Core. I just haven't seen it yet. You're putting a 50 amp 240 through your driveway. Is that for an electric car? If you have an electric, if you have a 20 amp, you're good, or 2.2 uses 17 amp. Exactly how I meant it, yeah. Right back. He's grabbing the calipers, probably. Oh. Either that or he's going to look at the spindle to verify what he just said. Okay, and here's where you might want to, they gave us a 2 millimeter drill bit. What did I do with it? Over here. Now would be a good time to use that to verify that your so if you look at the bottom of this one here, you may see that there's some overhang swarf. So this prints like this, which means this has an overhang on it. So you might want to just make sure that you've got a clean filament path, which could be, pick some stuff out with your tweezers, use your 2 millimeter drill bit that they gave you to verify that your um, filament path is good and clean before you shove in that ECAS fitting, because you can get an ECAS fitting out. It's not fun. I've done a few. It's not fun. Yeah. And I find that doing these, where the big Nipix comes in. You just got to be very, very careful that you don't be careful, go slow, and make sure that you don't bork your print. This top edge of the print, there's a thinner side and a thicker side. Make sure you just be careful when you're doing this. You've got Nipix. It will save your hand from trying to push down on this too hard. Darn it. Close, but it's not fully in yet. And you do want to make sure that these are fully in. Otherwise, you're going to have alignment problems with your filament path and a lot of hangups. So that's what we're looking for. Fully seated all the way around. And it's still clicky clickies. Once again, fish out and clean up your filament path here, because this is the one time when you'll have the ability to do it. Once you put that ECAS fitting in there, you're not going to be in here scraping this out. So you're going to be trying to push any of these little frayeds of filament through the fitting, or trying to dig the fitting back out, which, like I said, you can do. It is not a pleasant experience. And Chris, are you sending me a big box, a small box? Like, what kind of box am I looking for? Ugh. Sub-am streamer club. Darn it. There's two. You. You are not a sub-am streamer. Okay, that one went in there nicely. And thank you everybody for hanging out with me tonight. I know we've gone long, and I know that Jano's probably going and running marbles. Mrs. Dragon's happy that I'm running long, and so she has less competition in said marbles. Doesn't quite figure it out that you guys multitask and jump into multiple streams at the same time. Okay, there we go. We got all four. That's probably the hardest ones to set because those parts are just a weird angle position and they're just kind of a pain, but once you get them in, they're good. All right, now we need to do some magnets. This will be where our pack of magnets comes in. And make sure that they attract each other. If the fit is loose, a drop of super glue should work. And we're going to take our magnets, go right into the center hole there. Hopefully it's pretty good. The way I figure it out is I'll take the stack of magnets. If I can pull it back out like that, then that hole's not good enough. I'm going to need some super glue there. So let's grab the super glue. And once again, this is our gap filling medium super glue. Yeah, marble on stream, that is. So this isn't a instant set like most of your really thin super glues. So you'll get that on, slide it to the side, and just set that there and let it dry. Same thing here. Make sure I'm going in the same direction. I would like all four of these to be going in the same direction. And then we'll make the four that go in the other pieces so that they'll be in the opposite direction so that they will attract appropriately. Okay, got those four there. We're going to need the four levers, which will also be the primary color. Two, a three, and a four. And here's our 4 levers. We're going to basically do the same thing with these, knowing that I want to make sure it's retracting there. So I need to take this stack, flip it over, and now I can install these and they will be in the attraction state. Excuse me. The other way that you can do that is take one of these and attach it like that, where you've got the extra one on there. Then take your lever, line it up, squish that on, and then scoot it off to the side. That's another way of making sure that these are in the right order or in the right polarity direction. So our magnets are now in, and we're going to leave those to dry, not putting them together because that could cause them to come out of their seats. Okay, Waters, have a good one. You're running the store from 12 to 7 tomorrow. Cool. I would love to get out there, but I'm probably not going to be able to make it out there tomorrow because Fridays we're doing the D&D thing out here in Sanford. Next Friday, I'm going to be in the office, so maybe I will swing by if you're at the office next Friday. Okay, so now we're going to start. We're going to need an M3 by 10. So M3 by 10s instead of our M3 by 8s for this part. And we're going to need some more of our tiny, tiny bearings, the MR63 bearings. These are the big ones. Where's the small one? Washer. MR63. We're going to wind up using several of these. We'll just dump them all out there. And what we're going to do is we're going to take this piece, and at the top point here, we're going to set a bearing right down in that hole. We're going to grab one of our M3 by 10s and come in from the side. And this is going to thread into plastic. And it's just, this is basically the pin that holds the bearing in there. So we don't need to do any ugga-duggas. We're just going to do it snug. And we're done. Make sure that it still rotates. We'll be running the show the 20th as well. Hope to see you then. Don't hesitate to reach out if you need help finding us. One of the bigger reasons we want to move. Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem. So same thing. Slip that little bearing right in there. Take an M3 by 10. You done? Chris run off on me. Trying to figure out what size box I was looking for, whether small, large, medium. I don't know what he sent me. I think I know what he may have sent, but In which case that'll be good because I get to heckle somebody. They'll be right back. So at this point in time, hopefully he's putting little man to bed or something, or has put little man to bed, and maybe he got back up. There we go. Bearing still rolling freely. Next up, we need to do the same over on this side. What we're going to do is we're going to take an M3 by 8 instead of the 10. Go back to our M3 by 8s. And this time we're going to put a bearing on the M3 by 8. Get that on our screwdriver. And then we're going to insert that right here. Once again, we're threading into plastic. And it's just making the pivot point for that bearing or the shaft that the bearing will roll on. We just go until we feel it snug up. And there's no real side-to-side play. You want that bearing rolling freely. So what happens is this is the inlet for your filament. It's going to come down between this bearing and this bearing, which will cause the this to spring out ever so slightly. And when it does, this is going to lift up off of a end stop, and that will be the trigger to let it know that filament has been loaded, and it will start running the extruder motor and pulsing it for a certain period of time. So that's what we're doing, is the filament bearing path that will be used to trigger the end stop for your, was it the load? Or no, it's the prep end stop. And these will be triggered by the D2, the standard D2FL end stops. And then this last bearing here is going to be used for the end stop trigger on the hub. And that'll be done as part of the frame. So we'll get into that next stream. We start to assemble everything. All right, there we go. Those 4 are done. I will put this back over here until Saturday. And like I said, we'll use that to build the hub. And then what we're going to do here, these are going to be M3 by 8s as well, threaded into the plastic. And these are going to become the pivot joints. And I'll show you what I mean by pivot joints here. So what's going to happen is, here we go. We'll have a left side, this piece. Line up at. It'll line up there. This lines up on the other side like that. And then we're going to use 2 screws in here, and these screws are going to fit right down into these slots here and become the pivot joints. Okay, so we don't want them too loose that there's a lot of play and wobble, because that'll just make excess noise. But we don't want them too tight that they won't easily rotate. Like, we can get too much friction right here, because right where my fingers are where we're going to be screwing these 2 side plates to the centerpiece. And if we get it too tight, it could kind of squish in on the front, which will then make it kind of hard for this to pivot. That's kind of what we're going for. It says to leave about 3.5 millimeters of space. What I normally do is eyeball it close and then grab the side piece and say, does it fit in? Yes or no? And then that's kind of eyeballed there. If I need to adjust it when I put it together, like physically install it, then we'll adjust it at that point. Right now, we're just kind of eyeballing close because I'm not going to measure 3.5 millimeters. I will say I'm kind of impressed because I have recently, so last weekend, Sunday, I got um, Spectrum Fiber installed. In fact, Spectrum Fiber under their business program, because I am now a small business, so I got a decent deal out of it. I'm on their lower plan, which is 400 meg down and 10 meg up, right? They installed the drop, I'll say more centrally in the house. Instead of being right that way in the master bedroom, the modem is now in the living room, which is more central to the house. So I think we'll get better overall wireless coverage. But I will tell you that last stream and this stream, we've been streaming off of Wi-Fi without the direct connection because once again, the modem moved to a different place. I don't have a physically wired connection over to it. And 2 streams, knock on wood, I haven't dropped a single packet. And I've had a lot less just overall drop issues. So, okay, so we got this done for all 4. Now we're going to start working on our shafts and our gears. Now, they said there was issues with the gears. Now they did a herringbone gear here. Are you using the wireless? So I just got their fiber modem. I am not using their wireless router. I am using my Netgear router. It's just positioned in a different physical place in the house. Interesting. This is where I wish Thunder Keys was here because I know that they've had clearance issues on these. There's some clearance issues. And I don't know, there seems to be a good deal of wobble in these gears. They mesh decently enough, but we'll say there's some inherent backlash. There's wobble between the 2 gears. And I've printed gears. All of my other ones are using my printed gears. These are MJF printed gears. So these are printed in a nylon, which by definition should be more, should be smoother, more tolerant, yada, yada, yada. Small one, large one. The other 2 small ones right there. Come on, nicely. and we need a tool. I did not print out a tool because I've got tools already printed out. Like I said, not my first rodeo on building one of these. When you go to insert this in the tool, your gear has a raised edge on one side. It's a built-in washer, right? Flat on one side, raised edge. The raised edge goes down. Oh, and this isn't going to work in this tool because, damn it, these are a herringbone gear and the other gears are not. So I mean, I think I'm still going to use mine regardless. So the issue I'm going to have is this is made for straight slots, not the herringbone slots, and I did not even think about that. So I'm going to have an issue where this won't work for my application as far as setting the depth with this. Place gear in 30 tooth as shown with lip facing down. Gently drive the shaft into the gear until it reaches the bottom of the tool. Make sure to keep the shaft vertical when starting to drive it down. The jig will guide it straight once it is past the gear. Yes. Now, here's my thought process. Can I drive it this way? Possibly. I am going to use a soft-faced rubber mallet. Do not use a hard hammer, a hard-faced hammer, a 3-pound sledge, or anything like that. If you use this, you will peen over the edge of your shaft and it shall never come back out again. So I am going to try and get this going right over here, just off camera. Let me see if I can move this over here. Hey, we're on camera. So what I did was I put my shafts on wrong and I drilled out the bottom of one of these so that I can drive the shaft further all the way through and then reset the distance using the proper side. So the goal is we're going to use this be able to hammer this through. Okay. Now what I'm not going to have perfect on is what that distance needs to be. I'm going to have to eyeball it, right? It'd be great if we had a depth gauge. One second. Let's depth gauge that. The depth should not have changed because the gears and stuff are herringbone tooth instead of straight tooth, but they're still. Yeah. All I need to do is figure out the depth of this. on it. Okay, so I got the depth of that. Now I can see how far I need to knock this down. Got to go a little bit further. A little bit further, and I don't want to do it up there on my stone. I'm trying not to knock it too far. So small taps. Just verify, almost there, like just a shade. Probably too much, but we can work with it. Nope. Bada bing, bada boom. There we go. So that should be the depth. We're going to do that for all four. So, and we'll kind of get this lined up. Trying not to just whack, like we're trying not to whack the heck out of it. We don't want to break our part. We do want to get it lined up though. Feels like my my tolerance on this is pretty darn tight. Made it through. Make sure that we didn't break our piece, which we didn't. Once we get through, it starts getting easier to knock it down. We went just a tad too much, not a problem. Should be able to knock it back out some. 2 down. Sorry, I'm not paying attention to chat as much just for the moment. I'm trying to get these lined up and measured. See what we got. Are you using? Wait. I have not heard anything good about the built-in wireless on modem. Exactly. That's why I don't use it. I just got the modem. They were offering the router as well, and I'm like, nope, I've got a router. In fact, on my Windstream, I shut off the wireless router. So when you're a nail, everything's a hammer. Yep, Da Vinci. Hey, Sharp Bend Forge, how's it going? So yeah, here's the thing. These have to be a tight fit. If they are not a tight fit, ask me how I know. I reamed this out with a reamer because I felt it was a tight fit. It then moved on very easily onto the shaft. And then when the smaller gear on the motor tried to engage it, this gear spun around this shaft and didn't spin the shaft. So I wound up having to tear my first one apart and fix that. So yeah, you want your printed part gear to be very tight. And that's why I'm saying hit it very soft, or not softly, of course. You got to get it on there, but don't try and whack it on there in one shot because you will almost invariably split your gear. Take your time, go slow. And eventually you will get it through there, but you don't want to ream the gear. It very much needs to be a very tight fit on the printed gear. And what I'm doing is I did not realize, I did not print out the tool to set these shafts because I'm like, oh, I've got 2 of them, I'm good. Did not realize that they changed the tooth pattern to a herringbone pattern from a straight tooth. So that's why you see me trying to measure with my depth gauge, is because I'm assuming that the depth on the shaft is going to be the same distance. The God, words. The thing that I'm looking at is if it's the same distance, we're good. If not, I'll be close enough that I can make it work. Right? Hey Westery, how's it going, sis? My sister from another mister. Just don't tell my mom that. Okay. So we've got those set on there. They should be set right as far as the depth goes. Now we need to put a gear spacer on. This is I think a 30 millimeter spacer. And this is really just to make it easier to line up our, our wheels easier. So now these are pretty tight as well. The one thing that I would suggest is, because it doesn't matter if these are tight on the rails or the shafts or not, like that's good. So maybe they did change these. They were very tight and you had to almost like screw them down on there to get them on. Like this, that works out very well. Because it doesn't matter if these spin or if the shaft spins in these. They're a spacer, that's all. So they don't need to be a very tight tolerance like the gear does. So there we've got our gear, the shaft spacer, and then our shaft looks about equidistant, so that's pretty good. Next up, we need to use our gear motors, and there is a special tool for the gear motor. I believe I have printed that tool out. Now to see if I can find that tool. Yes. And we'll see how easy this is. So what we're going to do is we're going to put our motors in here. What did I do with the motors? They're still in here. Okay. We're going to take our motors, and these are 6-volt 500. I've heard that they are looking at trying to get 600 RPM motors of these, which would be a custom motor. We'll see if that happens. And once again, these are going to be different size on the wires, so we will have to pay attention to that as we build through here to make sure that we get the right size in the right spot. What we're going to do at this point is lay this in this printed part jig. So it goes fully there. Yeah. Okay. So it sits down in there with this plate right up against the printed part. And it should fit in there nicely. Now we're going to take our printed gear with the washer standoff facing this gearbox. And this is a D shaft, so get your D shaft lined up. And this is going to press on. Should be snug, but not require a lot of force to push on. Using too much force could damage the gearbox or bend the shaft. And push until the gear reaches the face of the jig. Oh, and we're there. So the gear has now touched the face, and you'll notice there's an ever tiny slight gap between that washer standoff and the gearbox. So there we go. Now it says to ensure the wires are the correct length. I think what they're meaning there is not that the 4 wires are the wrong size, but more that there are 4 different sizes to make sure that you get the short one would be lane 1, the long one will be lane 4, basically. At this point, we're just taking 4 motors, putting it in the jig, and mounting or pushing on our gears. And welcome back, Thunder Keys. The LDO ones are 600. So the box says that they're still 500 by the naming nomenclature. So I don't know if that has changed, or if you're saying the final kits will be the 600 RPM ones. Gracious, how do you get this back out? Because this is a decent tight fit. Mind you, if you do what I just did and use your pliers, be very, very mindful of where you put those pliers. You do not want to squeeze on the gears. I just squeezed right at the rear plate and the motor chassis itself. You do not want to damage the gears at all. And I'm going with very light pressure here. I'm just trying to get enough of a grip on the darn motor to pull it back out. What they ought to do is put like a hole on one side here so that you can push an Allen key through against the motor housing and just push it off. How you doing, Thunder Keys? Been kind of quiet in the background there. I wasn't sure if you had left or not. Got disgusted because I wasn't listening or something. Okay, so we got our gears pushed on. Now it wants me, you know what? I've got a lot here. I want to put these together. I'll come back to the light pieces. So we'll come back to 14. I just want to start putting some of these together. We're going to take one of our motors, right? I am going to go ahead and undo the wires here. Like I said, we'll come back and we'll do the lights in a minute because the lights will all be the same. Now, you'll see, if I can get it there, that there's a little lip in there. You see that little lip there? There's actually a trough there. This last plate of the motor, of the gearbox, goes in that trough, and your wires are coming out at the top. Okay, so our motor's going in just like that into the trough, and I'll push straight down into that trough. That's what we're looking like. Motor wire sticking up to the top. We'll go ahead and do all of our motors like that. Well, no worries, Thunder Keys. I was just busting your chops. I know that you've had your hands full the last couple of days, so. That you were helping Jeremy on his stream last night, and this is not like my first time building one. I think we're doing like what number? We're doing number 5, so I've done 4 self-source builds. This is build number 5 for me. So I pretty much have the gist. The biggest issue is, how are some of the newer files, right? Because like I just was doing the gears on the shaft and was like, oh, I don't need to print out that tool because I've got 2 of them printed out. Oh wait, the gears are now herringbone versus straight. Oops. We made it work though. I just depth gauged and went that way, and it worked out well. So we got those started. Okay, yeah, I see what they're telling us to do now. So we're going to take, we've got our motor in there. We're going to take this piece. This piece, well, that piece. So this piece has this wedge on the end. Right? That wedge, there you go. That wedge goes into this part right here. This is basically sliding over the top of the motor, or you can kind of wedge it in from the top down like that. And we're going to put a M3 by 10 through the bottom. M3 by 10 through the bottom. And so this hole right here is a through hole, and it's going into the heat set insert that we put into this part. Okay, so there's one. We'll do the, whoops. We'll do the two other ones, and then I'll have to go find the third one that I yeeted off the desk. Yeah, he's been on mine. So for for what you call it? Well, I don't know. There is a word I'm trying to think of, and it's not coming to me because words on stream are hard sometimes. Thunder Keys is the reason I'm building box turtles. He got me involved in this, and as I said, this is my 5th box turtle build. I've built 4 of them, self-sourced, and you know, they're well, I'll say there's 3 different versions of parts between the 4 of them. So, as part of the beta testing program, parts were coming out left and right. I know Thunder Keys was getting so mad because he just finished printing all 4 lanes, and then they come out with a new lane setup, and he'd be like, "I just finished printing them." But that's part of doing beta testing, right? You're going to have to iterate parts, and once we were pretty feature set and stuff on the parts, then it was software, and the software, we were changing software like crazy. Um, but that's a good thing because it means we're in active development, and they were actively developing, right? Okay, so we've got 2 different spots here for tie downs. So we're going to put in a couple of zip ties, and I always start mine. Do they show the directionality here? I zoom in and turn around. So it looks like the heads are over onto the front side. So we're going to put these in closest to the motor. Only thing with these, just getting them started. Times get it started, it goes through pretty. But yeah, full disclosure, there we go. Thunder Keys is the one that got me into this, and I told him if my wife ever asked how much I've spent doing box turtles, I'm just sending them his way. Same type of thing. You don't want to crank on these wires. These are very, very delicate solder joints on these motors. So make sure you've got a little bit of a loop up and over when you go ahead and get these zip ties set up. Oh yeah, that's beta testing. It's all good. This is not my first rodeo with beta testing either, and Thunder Keys knows that, and that's probably why he got me into this. I just don't think he even realized that I was going to go buck wild and build like 4 of them. I've only serialized 2 of my builds. I told him I was going to wait until we went out of closed beta before I started serializing anymore. So I still need to serialize 2 more. But yeah, I fell in love with this project. This is a great project. And like I said, the team has been very supportive. As you see, Thunder Keys is in all of my streams. MG Longshot's been in here. Armored Turtle's been in here. I think Armored Turtle just stopped coming in because, hey, Luke's building another box turtle. Right? I think he's going into streams where he'll be a little more useful. Thunder Keys is here to heckle, though. I know. He won't say it, but I know that's what he's here for. But it's all good. It's all good. Okay, sis. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. Hope everything works out well for you as well as because you were dealing with the insurance company. So uh, hopefully that works out better than most. The Python AMS, yeah, and that's the interesting thing because the Python like this has a lot of parts, but that Python AMS has a lot of large parts. And there was a couple of times where like there was one major revision where if you needed to build the new respoolers, you had no choice. You were reprinting all 4 lanes because they changed the lane design and how the respoolers attach to the lanes. So that one was a painful one. You had to, like I said, you had to redo some parts. But all in all, the team's been very good. They've been very responsive. They made changes. When they see one of us on stream just having a really, really hard time fiddling with something, they're like, huh, we need to redesign that to make it easier. And boom, they do. So I will say they've been very, very responsive in the um, to the comments, the changes, the suggestions. Like, was it me or you, Thunder Keys, that made the comment about, we really need some strain relief on these motors after I went to pull wires and ripped them off the motor like twice. Like, we really need some strain relief. And then, boom, there was strain relief. Like, oh, wow, awesome. 1.5 day print. Oof. Yeah. And these, I think somebody was saying that Armored Turtle was really wanting to use documentation that was kind of like putting Legos together, right? So having like this is CAD without the complexity of CAD, right? So this is appears to be the embedded Fusion 360, right? But it's just of that component's parts. It's not like you're looking at the entire model and then trying to shut off a bunch of stuff so you're just seeing the one part that you need to work on, right? So this is really good documentation. I like it. I like it. I like it. And I will tell you that was the one thing that he was really adamant about was he needed to have this documentation done um, before the kits came out. It wasn't really, but it was close enough, and most people that had kits had already built one. So yeah, he is trying to finish the manual. It's one of those things where the designer, it's never ever going to be done or done to their liking. So, but he's a really, really cool guy, and I really liked being able to get to talk to him face to face and in person at um, 3D Printopia, and having a chance to really just talk to the designer face to face and him check out your project face to face after seeing me do builds on stream and just hear the praise of, man, that looks really good. That's empty. Guess we'll switch over and drink some of this. Yeah, I think that was mine. Yeah, I mean, I've been fine with most of the docks, and even like when I start to build the rat rig mill, right? There's no instruction manual yet. It's all CAD. All I'm looking at is CAD for that, right? Um, Same type of thing. They've got the web browser CAD, or you can download the step file, which I've done. Here we're putting in the MR148ZZ bearings. So these bearings that we validated went over the shafts. These are going in on each one of these. It shows putting them in from this side. Here's what I'm going to suggest. Put this flat down, push it in from this side. It seems to work a lot better this way. And you want it to be flat with the outer face anyhow. So doing this on a flat surface will really make sure that you're getting it nice and flush with the outer edge. Oh yeah, it's definitely a ton of work. But what I was trying to say was the Voron documentation. I didn't really have major issues with the Voron documentation, but then again, I I started going to school to be an architect, so I've done a lot of exploded view drawings and drafting. Could they be better? Yeah. I mean, I think anybody will tell you that any manual can be better, right? Because you have a chance for feedback every time somebody uses that manual. You have a chance for feedback. Um, but so I've got a little bit of a leg up because I was going to school for drafting and I used to draft documents like that. The other thing that I had going in my favor was, well, some of you may know I've been building a plane. I think I'm getting rid of that project, but yeah, we're talking exploded view diagrams of very complex aluminum parts and having to do riveting and stuff like that. So it's really um, it's really something that you have to pay attention of. And when you screw something up, it's not the end of the world, but it's a lot of rework, right? So yeah, really good documentation. There's something to say when you can get really good documentation, and chances are the very first set, you're going to think it's good until the first time somebody else looks at it. And then you're going to get really good feedback. And it's whether or not you take the time to do that, that feedback into account and apply it. Because if you do, great. If you don't, um, it just means you're going to chase more support cases, right? Because the better the documentation is, the less support cases you have to deal with. And on an open source project like this, it's not like you've got a team of support technicians there. It's us, it's the beta testing group. And it's been a lot of like MG Longshot and Thunder Keys and Bilal. I mean, I'm in that group, but I'll have to admit, with the way work's been lately, I haven't been on that Discord in a while. And I need to get back in there and I need to help that team because, you know, they support me. They've supported me through this build numerous times. They've taken my feedback, they've incorporated. So I need to give back as much as they've given into me and supported me and, you know, allowed me into the beta, right? I think if you're in a beta and you're not providing feedback, um, don't be surprised when you're not asked to do betas again, right? I mean, Yeah. So I used to do build documents, and I had made good friends with my finance and contracting team because God knows I'd moved them like 4 times around the building, because they had to be separate, right? You can't have the people writing contracts paying the contracts. They have to be separate teams and stuff. And as the military guy going on TDYs, you want to make friends with the finance people. They're the ones that work your reimbursement. And when you piss them off, like one of my commanders did, his every single one of his reimbursements was like 90 days late. So he had to pay out of pocket and then literally get reimbursed. Where me, I would have my reimbursement for my travel costs within like 2 weeks. So I'm paying my Amex bill before I even get it, you know, because I didn't piss them off. Um, okay, which left frame. So we're going to take one of our motors and we're going to install the left frame. So we've got the front here with the magnet. The gear on the motor is to the right and the gear housing is sticking out to the left. And we're going to grab one of our left sides, which is the one that has the hole in it. This is why you've got to be careful, and your wires have to go up and have enough little bit of room that you can fold them over, because it's it's going to have to be like the wires have to kind of go up and over and out of the way. But long story short, what I used to do is have one of them come down and validate my instructions because none of them were techies, right? So I would have one of the contractors or one of the finance team come down and run my instructions. And wherever they had a question, I just had them jot it down. And I would be sitting right in there with them and updating my documentation. And when they could run it without any issues, I knew that any tech, any computer operator that comes in behind me or sysadmin should be able to use those instructions and get a working system, right? Okay, so that was the left side. Let's continue our assembly line, and we're going to do this for all four, making sure that we're careful, especially with that red, or excuse me, the black wire, which is our ground wire. Make sure it doesn't get pinched or caught up there. Yeah, so every time somebody does one of these builds, they have an opportunity for good feedback, and they they've been Johnny on the spot with taking the feedback and making the corrections. They haven't complained. Well, they haven't complained to me. I don't know if Thunder Keys heard any complaints, but I didn't see any complaints from. Oh my God, really? Like, can't you figure that out? You got distracted in a nice conversation with Claude.ai. Okay. Well, as long as it's Claude and not Clio, or I don't know, maybe. Hey, I've never heard of Claude AI. What is that one? Like, there's everybody has their own AI now these days. Which one is Claude AI? Okay, once again, we want them snug. We don't want to really crank down on these. And now we're going to install our shaft. Slide the rear spacer over the longer side of the 80 millimeter. Yep, already done that. You left the left screw loose. In the last step, you should be able to slightly pivot the shaft and gear to mesh the teeth with the 15 tooth gear on the N20 motor. Once it's in place, you can fully tighten the screw on the left frame. So yeah, I might have to unloosen that screw some. I'm hearing some cracking, so ooh, what happened there? I got an ugly corner, but you know what? Don't know what happened there, but this corner up here got all kinds of ugly. Don't know if I'm going to reprint that though, because I might be able to hide that. That's just a lot of material to do. I think I'm going to hold off because any other prints I need to switch filaments, so we'll hold off on that. Once again, we're going to take our shafts, right? Long side is the side that we put our spacer on. We're going to take that and insert it through here. And because we're dealing with a herringbone, we're not going to be able to get these to mesh probably right off the bat. So what we might have to do is loosen this screw so that this can, the gap here will allow us to line these up better, just like that. Now we can tighten this screw back up. And that works very, very nicely. We'll do that to all of them. We'll loosen that up, which will give us just a tiny amount of play, which will help the gears mesh. You want to be careful as you're getting this close. You don't jam it and bust teeth or the motor or something. I gotta say these are running better than any of my other ones have. So kudos, kudos, kudos. It's gonna make me like want to pull all my other motors apart and go to these new herringbone gears. Amazon uses Claude. Okay. Yeah, I just haven't heard of Claude. It's a new one on me. Hey, Eagle the Dragon, it's 10:50 your time. You need to go to bed. Thank you. Thank you. Did Mrs. Dragon tell you to tell me that, Eagle? Did she tell you to tell him to get offline? Owned and run by Anthropic. You're currently subscribed. Okay, nice. Okay, so the left side's on. Now it's going to tell us to put the right side on, and this would be why it told you to do the lights, because I keep forgetting you got to route the wire before you add that side on. I was just sitting here wanting to hold off on doing that because, well, it's just one more thing that I would have had on the table here, and the table's been getting kind of messy. But since I don't have to wire the lights, maybe we'll just um 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 God. Maybe we'll go ahead and get those put on here so that we can get these connected tonight. We'll have extruders, we'll have respoolers, we've got the frame ready. So we're getting pretty darn close. What are we looking for? The light covers. Oh, okay. I don't know why I'm grabbing those. There, that's more stuff out of the way. It might be easier to find the other small things that I need to find. Okay. So we've got that. We've got some of our printed diffusers. For those, I will need the lights, which are in the wiring kit, which is here. Good job. Okay. So we've got our lights. We will kind of go back some. I think I was like page 15, 14. We need to put our diffusers in. So, well, they only go in one way. So you make them match the icon, and then they push in. And then you may hear me scream in a minute because you guys changed the diffuser design. No, you didn't. It almost looked like it. Okay. They didn't change the diffuser. And just like the Voron, the actual shape of the diffuser is the exact same shape. So it only goes in one way. Okay. So that's there. Now we need to put in the lights. This is where, because they wired it this way instead of having them both come out the same spot, one of these has to get bent over. This will be the in, this will be the out. The way this works is your LED goes here, so you're going to take this up, twist it around, and the LED will sit in there. And your wires will come up and over. Do they come up and over, or? Okay, so they want the wires coming over this little bridge. So in essence, don't stick it through like that. Just take it straight on top and push your LED in there so it's nice and straight. Be careful that you don't damage your LED. And it goes in this way. Take this side, edge it in, goes over. Will it go like that? I feel like it should go in there. Wires go up and around. I mean, there is a channel for it, those wires to go through. We'll pop this back out gently. Make sure that the wires go over the curb. That it comes like this, and the wires stay underneath the plastic piece. Feels tighter than it should be. Wires. Maybe one goes up and one goes over and one goes under or something. Maybe, I don't know. This feels like it's going to be tight in there. Sorry, gang. I am concentrating, which is causing me not to speak much. Apologize. This is slightly different than all the other ones I've done, so that's why I'm trying to pay attention a little bit more to what I'm doing right now and making sure the wires get routed appropriately and preferably not busting them in the process, because if you bust these, you'll be resoldering. Light clips are still fiddly. I don't think they will ever not be fiddly, though. That's the problem. Such a kind of tight spot. And you're trying to get a light to go in with wires that have to be bent at a weird angle. And as soon as you bend the wires at said weird angle, the light pops out of the friction fit housing. And there's really no easy answer. What? Ay, 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 ay. Kind of like the previous clips a little bit better than the. Okay, so we got the lights done up. Now we're going to flip back forward to here, where we're going to take one of our lights. The longer prongs go at the top, which will be the top up here. You're going to lay your wires into this channel. Take your motor with the gears, put it down through that bearing. Of course, is now going to be stiff to try and get going. Get that started. Grab your wires, drop them in there. Again, with the longer clip towards the top edge. Push these together, push the bearing out of the part, because that helps all the time. So I guess I should have checked all the bearings on all the shafts. Goodness gracious. Try a different one on that and see if it works better. That answer. Ooh. I may have to apply a little bit of sandpaper to this. Where did I put my sandpaper? Where's the sandpaper at? Oh no, I can't find my sandpaper. Okay. Darn it. Well, it's going to go on this one. So start working on this one. Lay our wires in there. Make sure that our top is towards top. Slide this. All wires, channel, please. Thank you. Slide these two together so that our wires are captured in that channel nicely and not being pinched. Put another M3x8 through on this side. Okay. Here's one. See if this one will play nicely over on the other shaft. Could just be bearing to shaft. This one's working. So take another one of ours, get our wires going into the cutout. Wires in and through cutout. Push halves together. Make sure wires are not pinched. Put M3x8 in. All right, it's 11 o'clock. We're going to be done here real soon. There's 1, 2, number 3. No, come on. That one's not liking it. How about this one? That one's going on there. Another one of these. Line it up. Up. That on. Wires are still good. And 3x8. Okay, so 1, 2. This one is still giving me fits. To be able to get this one the rest of the way on. This is one of the trickiest parts, is getting the wires in the trough without pinching them. and then getting all the parts sandwiched together. And 3x8. Man, I just realized apparently I pulled the magnet. Question is, has that super glue set? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Stop, sanity check. Make sure your shaft rotates. Properly supported by the bearings. They rotate. And when you rotate the shaft, you hear the gear moving. So we've got 3 good motors. Now we're going to take our lever arms, and they're going to fit right up in here. And if they don't fit, we figure out which one is too tight and just loosen that a tad bit. Still too tight. There we go. So see how that just slips down in there? That's now down in there. Our magnets are working, making it a nice good spring. And then this piece, the tops kind of angle back and in. And then we just press it down on there. Motors are working. Our thing flips and springs back. So now for the next one, same type of thing. We'll undo our screws however we need to make it so it flips down in there. It needs to be able to rotate freely. It does. Move the tops back, slide them down in there, and it clips in. Make sure you got good movement. So there's 2. Third one. Okay. Nice. Nice there. Now this is the one that might concern me. I'm not sure if I may have to work on this a little bit. See if the magnet will stay in there, or if I'm going to have to. Seems like it's staying in there. We got our good spring motion. Once again, that magnet's doing its job. So there's our 4 respoolers going. Next up, Vanity check. Make sure the trigger moves freely back and forth and doesn't get stuck. We're there. Now we need to slide the bearing halves of the wheels in, and we've got some spacers, printed spacers. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a spacer on each side. This will go between the bearing and the wheel hub. Okay. And we're going to take wheel halves, and they should set flush. And you want the curved end going towards the sides here. One there and one over on this side. Just like so. Do the same thing for the other three. Spacer on, which might be a little bit of a tight fit over the edge here. There we go. Get over the edge and it goes in pretty easily. Take two of our pieces here. Them on. Two. Hey, shenanigans. We're coming along pretty good. Your attention span's running out of credits. I got it. I'm just trying my hardest to get these done because once I get the wheels on here, then the only thing that we'll have left to do tomorrow will be to put, or excuse me, for Saturday, is to put the frame together and start installing everything in the frame. So, which means what I have to do is really buckle down and get the lanes printed so that we can get those together. Okay, so there's our four with our inner wheel hubs there. We're going to add M3x6 socket head cap screws. And once again, these are acting as basically like grub screws, right? These are going to act like grub screws. We're going to tighten these into the wheels to secure them on there. So these will now turn with the wheel. Okay. So I put the two screws on this side. Now, if I hold this wheel, I'm moving this side, but this wheel's not moving. That's why we're doing the grub screws, is so that they'll be biting into the shafts and they will move with the shaft versus not. The same thing we do with our pulleys, right? Just we're using grub screws instead of M3x6s. And quite honestly, you could use M3 grub screws and do the same thing here. And I'll tell you this, there's 2 grub screws on each side, which would be what, 8 per um, spooler, right? This is showing using 4. I've only been given 4, or excuse me, 8 M3 by 6 socket head cap screws. So the only way that would work would be if I put only 1 per wheel instead of 2. So I will grab some of my own M3 by 6s and do the rest here. Because I like the idea of having all 4 of them done. Right, so I think that might be a kit deficiency. And I'm not sure if that's already been noted, Thunder Keys, or not, if you're still listening, but I know we've gone really, really long tonight. Which, yeah, I'm going to have to stop here soon myself. I just want to get these wheels on. Because then we'd have the extruder motors done. We would have the respoolers done. Then once we get the lanes printed, we'll be able to put the frame and the lanes together on Saturday and start installing these once we get the frame together. So at that point, it should go pretty fast. We might even actually be able to get this done in 2 streams. Might. I'll have to figure out what printer I'm going to print it on. Put it on. Probably put it on Fade Dragon. Means I'll need to put a fill matrix on it. And hey, what do you want to bet? That's a set of fill matrix parts for Fade Dragon. Color schemes won't match, but I don't really care about that actually. How are you doing, Shenanigans? Are you driving tonight? Oh, hey, Tugboat, how's it going? My bad. Um, yeah, this is the actual LDO box turtle beta kit. I got this in about a week or so, 2 weeks ago, and we were trying to finish up the LH Stinger before we got this done. And I was working on other prints, so I hadn't printed the parts. So I've gotten most of the parts done. I just got the last of the skirts done so we can put the frame together. One of them's kind of ugly. I might reprint it, but I'll make that decision between now and then. I think what I'm going to do is print the actual lanes. And if I get those done and have time, then I'll print that other skirt. If not, we'll just go with it. Okay, so each one of these has all 4 screws in it. So we were short 8 of those screws because they are saying to use M3 by 6 on all of them. Now we're going to take our wheels and the wheels here. Now this has an inner ring in it, a little raised V-ring that's going to interlock on this V-ring. So these need to get mounted on here. We'll see if they've updated these so that they're easier to get on. And that answer is no. And I always wind up busting that little edge. So they put like a little retaining lip on these, and I'll say just about every time I try and put the wheels on, I rip that retaining lip. And I'll say, I don't think that retaining lip is really necessary anymore. Especially with the design here where we're going to um, screw these together. It's going to be a compression fit type thing. Here we go. So it would have a little extra lip here. I don't think it's really required. But what we're going to do is we're going to put these on, and then they're going to literally screw on to those center hubs. That's what we're going to do. And it may be worthwhile just to clip this little edge off. Like I said, I'm not sure why they're doing it. There are little nubs here as well. There are 3 nubs that help to interlock these two together. Now, I will tell you, I have also in the past, that went on pretty well. I have also in the past, whatchamacallit, language sometimes. Oh, I have in the past applied heat to the wheels, and it does make them a little bit pliable for a short bit, and it can make it easier for them to get on these hubs. Um, you just have to be careful. If you apply too much heat, it deforms and it's not going back. So it's kind of like a balancing act that you have to work around. Like I said, sometimes these go on easy, sometimes they don't. But now they just, these wheels just screw onto these hubs, which I think is actually works out a good deal easier to get these put together. That is I don't know who came up with that design strategy, but I think that works out really well. It also means you can get these apart if you need to do maintenance or something, because you may have to take and reprint these TPU wheels over time. Think of them as whatchamacallit, consumable parts in a sense. I do know some people that take the time and try and work like fuzzy skin on their wheels, try and give better traction to the spools. Because I have had some spools just kind of spin freely on them so that they don't wind as well. Just something to be aware of. I don't think it's the standard requirement. Like they're not telling you to do fuzzy skin, but some people have. and it's worked well for them. Well, darn it. Ugh. Wheel running off. Okay, there. You definitely want to make sure that your seams are as smooth as possible. On my TPU prints, I definitely do align seams. If you don't, you could get boogers all over the print, and you could have even more of an issue trying to get your wheels on. Um, and like I said, I think we're getting really darn close to being done here for the night. I'm just going to get these two wheels on. I think that's pretty much where we're at in the instructions too, is it's going to just tell me to do the wheels, repeat the steps for all four, which we did all four at the same time, so we don't need to repeat the steps because we've already done that. Okay. Now we're going to screw those on, screwed on, and you need the 4 respoolers in total to assemble your box turtle, so do all 4. It does show adding the PTFE tube and the little knob at the top. We'll do that later. I wait to do that because that way if I have to put this upside down to wire it, which I will, it's easier to do it without having those on it. So we're good there. The next And voice-wise, we're back. We almost made it. Yep, battery died. Okay, so we've got our 4 extruder motors done. We've got our 4 respoolers done, right? So that means that when we come over here on Saturday, we're going to be working on the frame, which is where we'll start. We'll put the frame together, and then we will install this stuff in the frame, which we already know how to do that, and we'll work on getting everything wired up. We've done that a few 100,000 times already, so I think we can figure out how to do all that, and we'll get things squared away. So what we're going to do is we're going to see if there's somebody still on that we can raid out into. There should be a zombie something or other on that we can raid into. And what do we got? Okay, this is, that's that. That's one end, that's the other end. The other stuff is over there. Okay, good. Yeah. So we'll start with the frame. We'll get the frame done. We'll get this stuff going in. I need to get my butt going and get the lanes done so that we can do that. Yeah, I think that's kind of where we're at. So zombified, yep. So let me go ahead and try and get a raid going, or raid set up. Like I said, most likely over to zombie. And we will be back on Saturday, because I keep, there's a part of me, it's like, oh, well, we could probably stream tomorrow to get caught up. And then it's I'll get mine running and then we'll watch Lee Marie get theirs running. But I keep remembering that I've got a D&D game to play tomorrow. So, and it's Evil Diesel's daughter that's asked me to do it, so I can not go. Right, or I can't not go. I've got to go. So, all right, everybody, thanks for being here and hanging out with me for a long stream. We've gone about 6 hours. Let's get ready to go over to Zombie Hedgehog. It looks like he's working on the black box. And thanks again for being here, everybody. Have a great evening. Come with me on the raid over to Zombie, even if you got a raid and run because it's late. I get it. Let's jump over. Let's say hey to Zombie, and then I will see you all again on Saturday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, and we'll get this thing done. We'll push through this thing on Saturday. All right. Take care, everyone, and we'll see you later. Bye now. And there we go. For those of you that are rewatching this on YouTube, thank you for being here as well. If you stayed around this long, please be sure to like and subscribe down at the bottom so that you can see the rest of my content. And you should be seeing a suggested video over here on this side of the screen.